Oops. Okay, good evening, everybody. It's 6:30, and I will call the meeting to order. We'll start by asking Counselor Brown to introduce herself since she's remote.
Yes, Carrie Brown, District 3.
Great, thank you. Mention a few things about meeting logistics. It's good to see a full house here tonight. Anyone who wishes to address the council must be recognized by the mayor. And if you do address the council in person, ask you to start by stating your name and where you live. Anyone participating remotely, please change your display to your first and last name so we know who we're talking to. And
the warnings that went out at the senior center, the library, and city hall had the improper date of the 15th on it.
thank you.
So
We will be taking that up. You're out of order.
I'm not out of order because you don't have a meeting.
You're out of order. Please sit down.
I think you need to address this first. You need to acknowledge the problem.
We will be taking that up.
Well, you don't have a meeting because it wasn't properly warned. So I'll trust you to go through your routine.
Anyone who's participating remotely, please indicate your first and last name. And if you want to be recognized remotely, please use your electronic hand signal to request recognition. We ask everyone to limit your comments to 3 minutes, and our communications director will assist us in keeping track of the time. First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda, and I'll start with the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I do have an item to add to the agenda. As I just noted correctly, that the posted notices for this meeting, the written notices were inadvertently had posted as July 12, which was the date that the postings were being done, not the date of the meeting. And the website posting was accurate. The law requires at least two public places and a website posting. So the website was accurate. The meeting was not. We learned this yesterday and then immediately updated all of the postings, the physical postings, to have the correct date. I notified the city council of this yesterday. My recommendation to you is you add a item to the end of the agenda that requires a notice, a written notice of the violation, which I provided you yesterday, so that you would acknowledge the violation and then ratify any actions taken at today's event. You have 10 days from written notification to acknowledge that. That would fall within today. And then once you've acknowledged it, you have 14 days to correct action, which would also fall within today. So you can address all of that. I'm sure you're going to get legal advice to the contrary, but we believe this stands up.
Thanks, Bill. Have we gotten legal advice?
We have not.
Okay. And so the proposal is to add acknowledgement and ratification at the end of the meeting. Okay. Yes. And so I would add that to the agenda under item 12, correct open meeting law violation. Is any discussion from members of the council on the proposed agenda? Any comments from the public?
I believe, as I've said,
Please start by
Stephen Whitaker, Montpelier. The correction of inadvertent open meeting law violations is what that provision of acknowledging it, but to proceed now that you know you're violating it and you're on record knowing you're violating it is wholly inappropriate and illegal. I suggest you turn this into a workshop on the important topics that are on it and not take any votes until properly warned meetings. But for you to proceed is very tenuous legal grounds. And for a lawyer, especially, you should not put the city, you should not make outlaws out of our city council.
Okay, everybody ready to proceed? Thank you. Um, next item on the agenda is general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. And again, just if you're in the room, raise your hand. If you're appearing remotely, raise your electronic hand on the screen and you'll be recognized. And we would ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes. And I see a gentleman here.
David Sweat, Concord, New Hampshire. I was adopted out of Springfield. You guys have got to do something with the river. We had a flood in 1938. We have wider floodplains. You guys have limited. I mean, everybody agrees you're spending too much money, good money after bad. At this point, you've got to like run some pipes like down the railroad, re-dam it. That's what we did. We held the Merrimack back, but we had land to do it. You're at higher elevation, but you guys got to do something at some point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room seeking to address the council?
I'm asking you to take the disc golf off the consent agenda. The discussion, and I brought up the point last time, there's an urgent need for emergency housing for the unhoused. The Good Sam proposal is for 20 people. We've already got at least 60 around here that are unhoused. And to be proposing to approve a plan or a conceptual plan that uses all the open space with no provision. To me, it's a cynical attempt by the city manager to preclude emergency housing by putting it on the consent agenda and approving it before we start talking about emergency housing options later in the meeting. So I'd say pull it off and or table it until we understand how those two plans would fit together, because there's been much discussion and no action from the city other than to proceed with a Good Samaritan contract for 20 people without even consulting the homelessness task force. So.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room seeking to, yes, come on up, Dan.
Yes, Dan Toll, Montpelier. I'm here wearing another hat. I'm also the consultant, as you all know, who did the homeless study that we presented to City Council in March of 2023. 4 quick comments. First, I think Steve has a valid issue about the disc golf relative to using that space for homelessness. Number 2, I want to unequivocally support what the Good Samaritan's proposal to extend the lease.
Could you talk about things that are, these other things are things that are on the agenda. Do you have things to talk about that are not on tonight's agenda?
No, but I'm trying to be efficient for your folks' sake to get all of these issues out.
Okay, well, just 2 is support and Good Sam. What are the other 2?
The other 2 are, I'm just making myself available for the homeless discussion, as well as the downtown businesses are here as well, and they may have issues relating to homelessness, is what I was told. And we did a thorough outreach to the city businesses, just available if
Okay.
folks want the resource. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Anybody else present in the room who's seeking to be recognized?
Possible if I can say something.
Sir?
I'm a little shy, so I'm sorry. Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
So,
Could you start by stating your name?
Joshua Zimmerman. So anyway, do I talk into this?
Yeah,
This is how-
that's
all right.
very good.
Okay, so a lot of people are blaming the homeless for this sort of thing.
Sir, I'm going to suggest
Right.
you hold your comment until
Right.
we get to that topic on the agenda.
Sure, I have no idea how this works.
Okay.
So thank you for your.
Well, the purpose of this section
Okay.
of the agenda is to have people talk about anything that's not on the agenda. So
Mhm.
why don't you just stay, listen to the presentation, and if
That
you have
that would be
comments-
wise. Thank you.
Great.
I'm gonna let people clue me
Okay.
in on what's
Thanks.
going on.
Thanks for coming.
Apologies. Sorry.
No apology necessary. but Thanks for coming. Zach Hughes.
Okay, I think I'm on. Zach Hughes, Montpelier. I wanted to be there tonight in person, but the meetings are accessible in person right now. While I understand it's not controllable right now, I would hope we can work toward a solution for the future because I don't really like doing these things online. Although the point, as you lawyers would say, is moot tonight because it's raining. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. And I do hope you participate, even though you're
Oh, I
remote.
will be. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay. Anybody else? I don't see any other hands up, but I don't always see everybody while I'm doing multiple things at one time. Okay. Next item on the agenda is to take up the consent agenda.
Something about that?
Yes.
I neglected, I realized just today that the July 12th minutes were never approved. So they aren't on your consent agenda, so I will bring those to the next one. So I'm sorry about that. Should have watched.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we had a request to sort of outline some of the things that were on the consent agenda, just so that everyone knew what was being considered. And I'm happy to do that. One request, there was a question about why there was a payment to a design firm for the Confluence Park. And the reason for that is the council had approved that design contract a couple of years ago, and we had agreed to complete it to 60% design. And so this is actually closing out that piece of the contract. If the project moved forward, then we would continue with that. Just for reference, that item will be on next month's agenda. The 18 months that the city council gave that group to raise sufficient funds for the project expires in early August, so that they will be here to give us a report as where they are with fundraising, and then a decision will be made whether to proceed with that project or not. Another question was asked about the Country Club Road disc golf approval, and a couple people have referred to that tonight. The council approved the proposal from the group to go ahead with a disc golf course. The representation. Steve, I'm talking. No, I'm not. The city council voted at the last meeting to approve that with the condition that they come back and see the layout. We can go to the tape if you'd like. So the council approved the moving forward with the condition that they see the plan. This plan is the layout plan. In addition, we are seeking authorization to negotiate an agreement with them. I think what are the liabilities? What are the, if there's fees, how are they shared? Those kind of things. Certainly can bring that back to the council if you'd like to see that before it's finalized. To the issue, I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but the disc golf course people made it very clear that their plan is movable. So if there were to be a plan for housing on that site, the disc golf course could move to accommodate that. There is no one actively proposing housing on that site right now. We've had nobody suggesting interest, nor any group. Now, several groups that are involved with this issue are up for the next agenda, and perhaps if some of them would like to be the group that supervises a housing project there, we maybe can hear about that. The next issue is the shelter lease for 24-25. This past year, due to the flood in 23, most of the downtown shelter locations had been flooded out. So we reached an agreement hastily with Good Samaritan Haven to run a winter shelter at the former Elks Club building on Country Club Road. Obviously, that was done rushed. We didn't have things like showers, et cetera. And, I think there could be additional space. So we've been in contact with Good Sam. They've applied for state funding for additional months. So it would start in October 1st rather than December, for more people, more beds. I don't know. I think 4 more, but Rick is here. He can answer that. And to put in the funds to put in the physical improvements necessary. So that's what that lease is on your consent agenda to approve that. It's something we had talked about in this room in the past, and you all had indicated informally that you're interested on that. Fire truck, as you know, we had a fire truck destroyed in a fire last winter and have been sought to settle up our insurance claim. And then secondly, I've been looking for a truck, ideally to fall within funding that we had available. You may recall when we were discussing budget adjustment, we had actually had extra money in, thinking we were going to need to spend more money than the insurance settlement. We found that the town of Waterbury has a truck that's very comparable to the one that we lost. And the town of Waterbury and the city of Montpelier agreed to have a third party look at the truck, appraise it, and they did. They came up with a price, and that price, along with fit up, fits within our insurance money, so we don't have to raise any additional funds. Town of Waterbury has already approved this purchase, this sale to us, with us to approve that tonight. Engineering pre-approvals, as you know, we also approved funds to get engineers to move forward with a big number of projects that we have, since we've been unable to hire an engineer. So this is simply a list of firms that we've had, and we'd like to get, DPW seeking to get pre-approvals on those sorts of things. And then the School Street culvert pre-approval, again, we're moving that project quickly, and this is giving us approval to purchase that culvert. So those are the items on the consent agenda. We feel they're all straightforward and reflect prior conversations and information presented to this council. Certainly happy to answer any further questions, and if any of you would like to discuss any of these further, you certainly can pull them off the agenda.
Thanks, Bill. Any members of the council have any questions? Morgan, are you trying to be recognized to say something about the consent agenda? Morgan, I've been seeing your hand up there. Are you trying to make a comment about the consent agenda? You're unmuted now, Morgan, and I recognize you.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Okay, so you have a comment about
Yes.
the agenda?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I've been hearing you. Please start your comment.
So I apologize for coming in late, and sorry for the audio problem. So I have comments related to what Steve Whitaker was raising. Uh, so I apologize for coming in late. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Morgan Brown. I live in District 3, Montpelier. So pertaining to what Steve Whitaker was raising, I have a comment, if I may. In my opinion, among the questions that one needs to be seriously asking themselves, as well as others, particularly those who are in positions of power, policymakers and the like, is if either one or one's loved ones were living in a house with nowhere else to go but the outdoors, what would they want for themselves or their loved ones? Congregate shelters or a home-like setting? Even better, a home of one's own in a supportive community of their own choosing? That said, I find myself mixed on this, because in a lot of ways, it's better to have some place, to be indoors, not just in the evening, but daytime as well. And, being outdoors is not necessarily the best thing. However, that said, myself, I've been in congregate, shelters before, and they weren't very good for me. And so after the last time I was in one, happened to be Good Samaritan Haven in Barrie, I never went back to another one except one time in Burlington, and I left right away. It just wasn't good, and so I was out on the street, sometimes wandering, and, outdoors a lot, sometimes having a tent out. And, I'm surprised I survived, and what really has been beneficial and helpful is having a place to live. And almost, so the middle of next month is 15 years I've been housed. And it makes a difference. And we need to try to do that for people. But in the short term, I really think we need to be finding a way to create other housing options rather than congregate, if we can. Sorry for the mixed message, but that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thanks, Morgan. I appreciate that. Okay, folks, are we ready for a motion on the consent agenda?
Consent agenda.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Laura?
Very, very minor. I emailed John and the June 26th minutes. Is that fixed? Okay, great. There was something I had both moved and seconded.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. Great.
It was fun. It was power. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. We have moved past the consent agenda. Next up, we have item 6, the presentation on homelessness. And who's kicking this off for us?
Well, I think Chief Magnuson is going to set this up, but the point of this agenda item was to basically provide the council and public with an update on what's happening in our community. We're not asking for any particular action or decisions at this point. We're simply trying to provide you with information about the status of things. And the chief's assembled a handful of stakeholders or people that are involved in this process, and I'll turn it over to him.
Great, thank you. My name's Eric Norton. I'm the chief of police here at Montpelier. I know there's a lot of people here, which is great. This is a very important conversation. And, basically what our idea was for today was kind of get an overview of what we're seeing on the street and then what we're doing for outreach on the street. So everybody can see that basically every service provider is doing the best they can. There's a good amount of data on our website. So if you have interest in any data, our police involvements are on our website. You can look at every single involvement. And then I have the quarterly reports from our crisis worker, which has all her contacts for the last quarter with the outcomes as well. So pretty useful information to see how much outreach she's actually doing and then what are the outcomes for each individual one. We take out the addresses and we take out the names of the people for confidentiality, but it gives you an idea of what the work we're doing. For Montpelier PD, as you know, the challenges are pretty great. And we are, as I always have said, a spoke in the wheel in helping the homeless, but we are not the entire wheel. So it requires a lot of people to help us. Our challenges are there's 14 officers to deal with a lot of calls. Just a quick overview of our calls. I'm on a 5-year high for calls. This year, we're 17% increase over last year. So we're doing the best we can and, trying to figure out why we're over that many calls. I started to dig a little deeper. And in 2024, at the beginning, we decided to track what calls we're going to with the unhoused so we can try and track some outcomes in there. So this year we were able to start tracking those. And right now we're trending at about 14% of our calls overall for year to date for dealing with the unhoused. That includes some direct services. So how do we get here today? January and February, I was at about 8.8%, which I felt was a pretty tolerable number. March, as it started to get a little bit warmer, we got up to 12. In April, we went up to 15. I said, we're not doing good now, guys. And then come to May, when we started to see some of the hotels come out, we're up to 17.3%. So at that point, I continue to ask for help. So, what do I do for help, right? I'm always told that there's some social workers and there's all these things out there. So it's my job to then go find them. So I reached out to Washington County Mental Health. I basically begged them for some help. The good news is in June, they started mobile crisis outreach, which is 2 people that go out into the street to deal with people in crisis. And I've been really adamant about people working with the unhoused without the police being present when there's no threats or safety issues. So it's been a real push for mine, and they'll speak to that, but that's kind of how we got there. So I have somebody from Washington County Mental Health here to speak. On top of that, the outreach is done that you guys and the city support is through the Good Sam. So the Good Sam is obviously here and they'll speak to their outreach. And they do a phenomenal job, but you know, everybody has a piece, or as I always spoke in the wheel to make this all go. Part of our presentation here is to identify some of the root causes of why these people are unhoused and what can we do to kind of help them. You know, what we have seen in police, we certainly have a lack of housing, which is what we know, right? That's a big thing. If we could get everybody housing, would we have a lot of these problems? Probably not. So a big root cause of that and a lack of shelter space. And I know you'll hear that we should have different types of shelters. I can't control those, but I don't disagree. We need shelters. For us, we see a lot of mental health issues and also drug and alcohol use. So those are pretty much the things that we encounter. For our outreach, I've explained that we've got Washington County Mental Health involved. They've been fantastic. I met with their outreach workers. Karen will explain to a little bit further what their outcomes are. I can't tell you that we've had incredible success, but we are trying. I can't tell you a day goes by where I get emails like, fix this. And I wish I had that wand, and I bet everybody in this room had that wand. We just don't. So we just have to continue to work together. Some prevention, you know, the bike path is a place that's kind of near and dear to a lot of families and the community here. So we spend a lot of time as the police dealing with the alcohol violations and the drug violations. So you'll see us quite a bit on the bike path doing proactive foot patrols and interacting with people and trying to link services. I know last year I came to you to change the city ordinance on alcohol use. Can't tell you it's been very successful. You know, that they're not great participants in the Justice Center, the people that we encounter for those. And that's not just the unhoused. There's no way I can go to Michelle Donnelly, who's the state's attorney, who's also here to explain some things. Those cases weren't going anywhere, so I had trouble. And then unfortunately, Turning Point, our peer outreach workers have lost their grants. So some of my connections to services are kind of slipping there, but we're doing the best they can. They have some outreach, but we're trying there. And our primary focus for the police side is to focus on the bad behaviors and the criminal element and try and link people to services each time that we're there. I guess I'll go to the Good Sam next. We're trying to stay to 3 or 5 minutes and then have questions if you need them. But does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you again, another great presentation. So you said 14% of the call is related to unhoused. Do you have any specific information? What about unhoused people? Like, oh, they are in front of my shop, but they are drug addicts, or what is the?
So any interaction that we
Calls.
have with someone that's unhoused, we have, there's a box that we can click, so it's easy to search.
Yeah.
You know, so that's how we started that in 2024. You know, the number I didn't get to was in July. I felt like we did really good dropping 3%. July, I'm running through July 15th at 21.95% of my calls. So the impact on us is significant. So you can go, I could pull the records if you were interested in the exact places and things like that of where we deal with that. It's very easy to pull
Okay.
that.
Okay,
data.
good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Lauren.
Just from a question of, I know we're going to hear about many other spokes in the wheel, as you described it. Like, is there, just as we start turning the corner to a next budget season, like from your perspective, are there like high level needs, like more officers, more like things that for MC specifically that you're kind of already seeing just to start getting on our radar of thinking about needs?
Sure. I mean, I would love to tell you I want more officers, and if I got more officers, I would solve this problem, but I don't think that's fair for me to say. I could certainly use officers to help connect more resources because we're running our shifts still pretty light, but I don't think more officers are going to solve the problem that we have here. So just to be fair, I still want more officers, but that's not the answer. That's not the answer to this problem.
Got it. Any other questions or comments from the council? Sal.
What you're spending in July, you just said 21% of your calls. What would you be doing instead of that? And And how does that affect your cost and morale and everything else?
So those are two incredible questions because I think about that quite a bit. I actually, there's certain departments that don't deal with unhoused, and we're the capital city. I get it. And I think our staff gets it. So what would we be doing otherwise is the demand for us doing motor vehicle enforcement is significant. And you could see it in my last weekly report. We had 10 car stops in the week, right? And that's a very low number for us. And my deputy chiefs got on everybody. And I'm like, hey, Kevin, look at these numbers though, they're busy with other stuff. So that proactive effort, the enforcement effort that the community really wants, we could spend a little bit more time on.
Okay, I noticed I'm seeing some hands going up. I will get to the people who are asking to be recognized, but I'm going to ask you to hold off until I'll going to hear from all the presenters first, and then we'll take comments from the public. So thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
And while you're making that move, sir, the gentleman right standing on the, if you could step off there, just, I know it's very tight in the room, but just to make sure that people have some breathing room. Oh, I'm sure, but thank you.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Good evening. Hi, I'm Rick DeAngelis, Co-Executive Director of the Good Samaritan Haven, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce 3 members of our team. Virtually, Julie Bond, can you do something to show that you're there? Julie's also a Co-Executive Director. Osa Bush, she is our Main Street outreach person, and she works here a lot in Montpelier. And Meredith Warner, who's our development officer, and also happens to be the co-chair of the Montpelier Homelessness Task Force. It's really great that we have this discussion tonight. Thank you so much for paying attention to the issue. We've already provided you with a written report, and we broke that up into 3 categories. 1, some background on the nature of the problem, the scale of the problem. 2, who we are and what we do, because we're, for better or worse, we're a pretty important player in this arena right now. And then thirdly, how do we work with the city of Montpelier? I'm going to take a few minutes to just hit some high points and to flag them. The first thing is the problem itself. We have to remember this is not just a Montpelier problem. It's a deeply rooted, complex national problem affecting all of the New England states and the state of Vermont. We're at record level highs across the country. Vermont has the 2nd highest rate per capita in the United States, and Washington County has the highest rate of the Vermont counties. So it's a problem of that kind of magnitude and complexity. And depending on who you talk to, you may get a different explanation of what the root causes are. So let's keep that in mind. Let's focus in a little bit closer. So when I say that Washington County has a very high rate, what does that mean? It means that there are 500 people experiencing homelessness in our modest county here, Washington County. That's 260 people living in motel rooms, 100 people in shelter beds, and 100 who are unsheltered. And that last figure is an estimate. It's very hard to accurately count the unsheltered part of the population. Very sadly, of that group of folks, 60 people are children. So you may be wondering, well, exactly how many people are there who are experiencing homelessness right here in Montpelier within the city limits? The answer is 87 as of July 15th. And that there's 2 groups there, basically. There's 57 persons in the Economy Inn, used to be called the Econo Lodge, and there are about 30 people living outside. And that could be under a bridge or in a tent or in a car or whatever. And again, it's a very difficult number to get accurately. It goes without saying that homelessness takes a large toll on the people who are experiencing it. We see that again and again every day in our work. And we know that it takes a toll on the community too, in countless numbers of ways. There are a lot of impacts. I dare say the signs that the problem is getting worse and not better are there. The flood, we're already seeing impacts from this latest flood. We've had a couple of individuals that have come looking for shelter. And the motel program that we've relied on in recent years, the eligibility has been much tightened. So I'm sure that we're going to be seeing more and more folks that just no longer have that benefit. I want to tell you a little bit about Good Samaritan Haven and how we fit into this. I guess the first thing I'll say is we generally don't work with families. Only on a very emergency basis we do sometimes. So our focus is adult individuals. Our aim has been to create a system of care, I guess you'd say, that fits the diversity of the population and where people are. By that, what I mean is we have a network of shelters and services that includes street outreach. And actually, we have 4 people on our street outreach team, and they're working in other communities. They're working with people who are fallen out of the motels in some way, and they're working on healthcare issues. So we have a street outreach team. We have a hotel-based service team. We have healthcare and housing connections, and we have 3 year-round shelters. Each of the shelters is different, and that's important because all of these people who are homeless are different, and they have a different set of needs. For example, our shelter in Barrie, the first shelter that we developed, has minimum behavioral requirements. You can be using substances, you can have pretty irregular behavior, and you're welcome there. At the other end of the continuum, we have in the town of Barrie what we call a recovery-oriented shelter. There's quite a few people who are experiencing homelessness that are in recovery from substance abuse, and they really want to get on that track, and we're trying to be there for them. And just to fill in, the third shelter is what we call the Welcome Center, which is on Route 302. And I just want to remind you and thank you that the city of Montpelier contributed $100,000 to that project when we built it. Back to street outreach. We have focused a lot of our efforts with street outreach here in Montpelier. I'd say number one, we have great partners. And you've contributed money for, I think, since 2001 to help pay for it. In fact, the original grant that the city gave us really launched the street outreach team. And now we've been able to augment that with other resources so that we're up to almost 4 full-time employees. Each year, we have hundreds of contacts with people who are homeless, unsheltered in Montpelier. And it ranges across the board. It's emergency healthcare, first aid, food, water, clothing, rides. Sometimes we put people up in motels because they're too vulnerable to be outside. And our goal is we don't want anybody being outside. It's not a goal of ours. We're trying to get people into the shelter system and get into that network. And the last stop in the network, hopefully, is you get into a home of your own and a unit of your own. So the other thing that I want to mention is just want to talk a little bit about how we've worked with the city. Well, I lost the last page, so I'm going to wing it. We have been operating
Well, just on, in terms of collaboration with the city, the street outreach team works a lot with your city team. It is not uncommon that we get an email from Kelly, where'd she go? Saying, we've got a person that's over here and they have some kind of issue, they need help, they're in a bad spot, or there's a lot of trash. And we do our best to try to work with you and address that problem. And the same thing goes with the chief. We've gotten to know each other and we're in pretty regular communication. So that's been good. The other way that we've worked with you quite significantly is that we've been operating what in our business we call seasonal overflow shelters, winter shelters in Montpelier since 2017. We were at the Bethany Church for several years. We've been at the Christ Church. And now, thanks to Bill, Kelly, and Chris, we were planning on the Bethany last year, and your team said, "Hey, how about the Elks Club?" And we really appreciate that. It took a lot to organize that, but I would say altogether it worked out pretty well. And we housed 80 different individuals there over last winter. So to me, that is. It's sad in a way that we needed to do that, but I'm really glad we were able to do that. And we had a really amazingly dedicated team there. I just want to mention Ronna Gable. She was the manager last year, and she's coming back again in October. She is devoted to working with those folks. So I think we've done a really good job on the emergency shelter stuff. And one element of that I'm particularly proud of, I don't know whose idea this was, Chief, but we came up with what we call a public safety plan. And it's basically an enunciation of how we're going to interact and communicate with the police and emergency services. And I think that's really, really important to spell that out. The chief came early when we were setting up the shelter, and he did a training. Staff got to meet him. So those kinds of things are really helpful when you're actually going through the season and all hell is breaking loose in the shelter. So I am assuming that we're going to continue with that plan or a variation of it this year. So on to this year at the Elks Club. We really need that shelter a lot. And we already have some core funding. And now we have a request into the state for some additional funding. It's going to allow us to lease a second office suite, and they better give us the money because we just agreed to that lease tonight. And to also add 2 showers. We have to extend the sprinkler system, and the front doors to the Elks Club have to be replaced. They're pretty wonky. And so that will be not perfect. We need a lot more, but it's an important contribution to the need that we have in this area. My last comment is we're glad to do these annual shelters, seasonal shelters, but man, it is really hard. You have to hire staff for part of the year. You're always setting up and taking down. And the need is so great. And the need just doesn't stop after March or June. There are people out there now camping and barely hanging on. And our goal is to have a year-round shelter. We'd like it for it to be in Montpelier. We want to spread out these resources among the different towns, and there's a lot of need here. So that's an important goal for us to have a year-round shelter in Montpelier. We've looked at a lot of properties. We haven't quite hit it yet. And we look forward to collaborating with you on that. So I'll leave it at that, and our team is glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Rick. One question that has come up over the years a number of times, and they've done it in Burlington, and this is some kind of pallet shelter program, and I wonder if you have any thoughts about that in light of what you're already doing.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. I visited the Burlington project. I talked to the folks that developed it. it could be a great solution. It's going to take a lot of money and organization and management. Actually, on a cost basis, the shelters in Burlington are much more expensive than what we operate. So yes, it could be very good for some people. It's not necessarily an easy solution though. And you have to find a site.
Mhm.
And that to me, that could be the most challenging part of that equation.
Thanks. I was exchanging texts with Dawn this afternoon. She wanted to make sure that Dawn Little, she wanted to make sure that the street outreach part of the process didn't get slighted. So I wonder if you have anything more, or do you think you've covered that adequately?
Oh, so do you want to say anything? Did I cover it or?
Makes me nervous, but I will do my best to not being too nervous talking to you all. Street outreach is 24/7. The need for it is 24/7. So I'll be out there anytime between 3 a.m. and now, rain or shine or anything in between. You did a good job covering it. There's need everywhere. There's a 24-hour number that I run for folks around, and folks all across the country sometimes find it. And we still work on getting them mutual aid in their area. So the need is everywhere, and I'm glad that we have these discussions because without them, nothing changes.
Great, thanks. So who's next? Oh, sorry, Lauren.
Thank you for all you're doing. I guess just similar question to what I asked the chief, is there a high pressing need that's on your mind where the city could think about helping for next year as we go into budget season? Is there like these couple things would make a big difference?
Well, I mean, you've done a lot. I really appreciate the collaboration. That's in some ways more valuable than the money. We have got community fund grants every year. That's great. Our street outreach funding was in the 40s, mid 40s. And because of the budget crunch, this last year was cut to 18, I think, or 17.5. That really helps us a lot. And it doesn't quite pay for one person, but it gets us in the ballpark. So
thanks.
To follow up, I mean, you've mentioned a couple times some state grants. I know it seemed like there was, I mean, obviously there's lots going on with the hotels closing, but also other funding sources. Like, is there anything that I'm sure the city staff are working hard? Is there anything city council or others could be doing to be pushing for resources to be coming to these critical needs in our community?
Like I say, I think our highest priority in this community is a year-round facility. Ideally, we'd like to have a facility that people can move into some kind of housing, transitional housing or permanent housing on the same site. Again, to make that connection and to put the steps right there. So, and we are actually right now looking at a opportunity. I've mentioned it to Bill. I can't mention it publicly, but so that's a hope of ours, and we'd like to work with you on that. Thanks.
Bill.
I just want to say, Rick, while you're still up here and for the public to understand, last week during the rain event, people may not be aware that Good Sam literally on a less than a day's notice put together an emergency shelter at the Elks Club for unhoused people during the potential flooding. And then as a result, and we were able to pull that off really quick. And as a result of flooding in both Berlin and Barry, had to relocate people from those shelters up there. So you had what, 42 people?
Yes.
Up there. So quite a load, and really appreciated your willingness to jump up. And
thank you. That was the chief's idea. Thank you, chief. And by the way, Julie Bond pulled that whole thing off. She was amazing. She stayed overnight. She comforted people. It's very traumatic for people to, just all of a sudden be in a shelter like that, sleeping on a floor. And she was incredible. Thank you, Julie.
Thanks, Rick.
Hi, everyone. Hello, my name is Karen Curley, and I am the Intensive Care Service Director at Washington County Mental Health. I think I'm here in the spoke to represent the service system. Washington County Mental Health is your designated agency. We're funded through the Department of Mental Health, and we serve the whole community. We're organized, or the whole county. We're organized by 5 clinical divisions, and intensive care services is one of those divisions. So in intensive care services, we provide emergent and urgent care services. So I think of us like the emergency department at Central Vermont Medical Center and Express Care are the services that we provide. I think what I'll augment and supplement what you've already heard is the partnerships that we have with our partners at Good Samaritan, at Another Way, with the city of Montpelier, with the police, with EMS. Those are all incredibly critical and important partnerships to have. So I always think of us in emergency services as symbiotic creatures. We need our partners, and I hope our partners need us. So we collaborate and communicate and talk through what are we all seeing and how can we band together to provide both services. So outreach services, which I'll talk about in a second, but also tangible services around food, water, camping supplies, helping provide supports with folks who are both unhoused and are staying in temporary shelters. In terms of the service portion of what we've been offering for folks in Montpelier and also in our county is in Montpelier on Berry Street, 34 Berry Street, we opened back in October what we're calling the Access Hub. So it's an urgent care clinic that is there, urgent care center, I guess I should say, that is there to provide a safe, healthy place for folks to access services. And also, as Chief Nordenson said, back in June, we started to have, we have mobile outreach. So we have mobile outreach in 2 sort of ways. One part of mobile outreach we have is our 24/7 emergency screeners who are always available. They see people at the office, they see people at the emergency department, and they see people in their homes, businesses, the streets, wherever. And then also, we just recently in April hired 2 positions that are specific to mobile outreach. The screeners and mobile outreach serve everybody, babies through the geriatric population. Our Access Hub is meant for folks who are 18 and older. And what our job really is to help provide crisis de-escalation, stabilization, to provide supports for folks, and to provide options for connection to other services. So also in intensive care services, as I mentioned, we have urgent care programs. So we have a children's access program and we have an adult access program. We will see folks in our office setting and we will also see them out and about. We also are mobile in our urgent care settings as well. We also are the people who have the contract with the Montpelier Police Department for your police clinician. So that's a half-time position. She is also mobile and doing outreach both with our folks we call the Access Hub a hub on purpose, and they literally walk from there. So Annie, the police clinician, goes out with both our mobile outreach folks and also our screeners at different points in time, as well as the police officers. So that's another service position that we've added that's in your budget and is really vital, and we're really grateful for that in your budget. I think one of the things that I'll speak to around what are we seeing in terms of risk variables that have increased over time. I think my partners have said it really well of some of the root causes. And also, I think we can't forget that we had a pandemic, and that certainly is affecting folks' mental health and their ability to cope financially, quite honestly, at this point in time, amongst other variables. So that's certainly something we see. And then what I would say is the human service sector is pretty overwhelmed and pretty saturated in terms of both the need and also being able to hire people. So we all have positions that are vacant, and those of us who are remaining are trying our best to keep up with the demand. So those are some additional root cause pieces. The one last piece that I will say from my perspective is I just want to send a shout out to Chief Nordenson around part of what is, as I said in the beginning, around partnerships. And it's been incredibly valuable that I believe very strongly in proactive outreach. So one of the things that I didn't say that I should have said was we're going out every day around on this like walkabout is what I call it. So our mobile outreach or our police clinician or our screeners are going out on the bike path and through Montpelier, offering services to folks, saying hello to folks, seeing what the needs are, seeing if we can be helpful. And I just want to, so back to my shout out to Chief Nordenson is, one of the things that I strongly believe in is proactive outreach efforts. So getting out and about. I've always been an out and about gal for my whole career, and I've been doing this a long time. I would prefer to be out of the office, and the people who we hire into those positions would prefer to be out of the office. And as you heard the chief say, he was talking about his percentages and wanting to reduce those. And I can say as a partner with him and the Montpelier Police Department that they really do want us as much as possible to be out and about proactively engaging with folks and seeing if we can in fact help provide supports to decrease distress and de-escalate a situation. So I will through and through always want to do that, and I appreciate my partners supporting that. The one last thing I will say is the Montpelier Police Department is also incredibly valuable for us in terms of safety. So it's just me who goes out and about and or our team and we go in pairs, but sometimes we go by ourselves. And so given safety concerns, it's invaluable to have partners that help us with the safety of a situation as well. Because my most important job as the intensive care service director is to make sure everybody comes home safely or returns to our site safely from wherever they've been out and about to. So I think that's my part. I think I covered all of my pieces. I also want to send a shout out to Kelly, who has worked really hard to gather us as well and to help us collaborate and communicate. That's it.
Thanks, Karen. Adrian.
So much. You all do amazing work, and thank you for being out on the streets and really taking that preventative approach. I appreciate that. One of the questions I was thinking about was just another, hub in the wheel or spoke in the wheel. Is that the spoke in the wheel?
Spoke. It's okay.
It's been a long day. Spoke in the wheel is our medical care providers up at CVMC. Mm-hmm. And so I would love to hear from you what the partnership looks like working with the care coordinators and the patient transitions, especially in the ED, the psychiatric unit. They are also experience a huge overload. I mean, the whole healthcare, public health world is overburdened, understaffed. It's a huge burnout rate. So I just wanted to learn a little bit more about what that partnership looked like and how you all are working together, or if there's an opportunity to kind of bring them in, because I know that they're out there also trying to help solve this very complex puzzle.
Absolutely. So, and when thinking about them, there's the hospital. And then there's also, so again, if the hospital is like the hub, there's all these spokes in primary healthcare as well. And so we work really hard to collaborate and communicate with our primary care partners on an ongoing basis. And so some examples of that is for us in emergency services, we have a contract with Central Vermont Medical Center. We work with them every day, multiple times every day, 7 days a week, to do care coordination, to offer services, to offer, the goal is always to have warm handoffs so no one's left behind and no one falls through the cracks. And so in that, we have developed systems to offer those warm handoffs. We'll go to the unit and meet with folks. We go to the emergency department to meet with folks. We have clinical staff who are in primary care sites. So those folks are there to not only see people, but also collaborate in terms of trying to both promote mental health psychoeducation and also promote services in the ways that we can. So I think we're doing as best we can. And I know that wasn't your question. And there's just an immense need and the saturation and positions are vacant, but the people who are doing the work, the communication and the collaboration, we certainly are trying on an everyday basis.
Yeah, I answer that also.
Sure.
Do I move now? I don't know the rule.
You don't have to
Oh,
move.
okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but they've got the same problem that we all have, okay? They don't know what to do with people who are ready to be discharged, who are medically ready to be discharged, but have nowhere to go. We had 2 people over this winter who were in wheelchairs that were medically discharged and they had nowhere to go. And so what do? They try to send them to the shelters. And it's in some cases we can do it, in some cases we can't. So the healthcare system is struggling with homelessness as well. And so just that to my mind, that's a real problem area in the system of care we have. So
Yeah, I work with some of them, so I asked if some of them can come tonight to share their story because they're just like, this is a really complex societal issue and there's many players and everyone is working their hearts out and hours and days. It's not, I mean, everyone's doing their best, but how do we work? I know they're struggling and when they discharge, they have nowhere to send these folks. And so thinking about some of those scenarios that they've shared with me, what are some options or opportunities to improve that? And, it's like not brainstorming right now, but like when there is that opportunity to brainstorm, like Lauren said, if there are things that, need money or resources, like what might that be if you waved your magic wand and said, if we had this, it would make it, easier for these populations or this discharge process. And I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just curious, through your discussions, what you found has worked, what hasn't worked, and, looking into the future, what may be a solution.
we've actually partnered with Washington County Mental Health to provide a psychiatric nurse that visits our shelters. And that's been great. They've been fantastic. But I think there's still a facilities problem too. And one of our items that we requested money from the state for, we'd like to build another building on our campus in Berlin. And we call it a complex care shelter where people who need more support and who are experiencing homeless have a place. So I don't know if we're going to get funded, and it's probably at least 2 years down the line, even if we did. So, yeah.
Thanks, Rick. Adrian, I can tell you what I always say, because people may know that my day job is working representing people in involuntary mental health proceedings. Hello, Karen. And so I find myself going up to the legislature lobbying on a whole range of bills related to mental health. And I just decided a few years ago that every time I'm over there to lobby about anything related to mental health, I start out by saying the one thing that the most important thing that the legislature could do is to greatly increase the funding and the services for the community mental health systems, because housing and other services are really the key. And we have people in psychiatric hospitals who are there because they don't have a place to go out to. We have people getting discharged from corrections and psychiatric hospitals who are being discharged to homelessness because that's what there is. And so, the state has to really spend a lot more money. And we hear, well, there's no money there. Well, there is money there depending on who you're willing to tax to get the money. So thanks, Karen. Any more questions for Karen?
Thank you.
Okay.
Check this back here for the next shot. That's you.
All right. Welcome. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Donnelly. I'm the state's attorney for Washington County. So my piece in this really is, it's at the end, and well, not the end, but my piece is a little bit reactionary. When something happens where a crime is committed and it gets referred to my office. So that is those are the pieces that I'm seeing. And I'm seeing the impacts on our unhoused population, both as offenders who come and are defendants in the criminal justice system, but also very often as victims as well. And sometimes floating back and forth across that line, as victims, as witnesses, and as defendants. The way the housing crisis affects the work that my office does is it is really hard to solve any problems in the criminal justice system when people's basic needs are not being met. It's very difficult to ask a defendant to take responsibility for harm that they've caused when their basic needs are not being met. And how does that show up? That shows up in missing court dates, because it's really hard to keep track of your calendar and know when you're supposed to be in court. And so then people miss their court dates, arrest warrants issue for them, and then they are picked up and law enforcement gets involved again. The conditions of release might be set for someone to try to protect public safety and reduce further harms in the community, but those conditions might be hard to meet. The conditions that we see violated most often are conditions related to staying away from a certain person. Don't have contact with your victim, but they might be living in the same shelter. They might be in the same group that are staying together. And so having those contact violations then come in as new crimes, as violations of conditions of release. And the other conditions of release that we see frequently violated are if there's a condition of release that's been issued around alcohol consumption, that those might be violated and see them again, or curfew violations. It's hard to abide by a curfew if you don't have a place to be. And sometimes a person might have housing when they come in for a crime, then lose housing, and now they're violating their curfew. We try to be sensitive to those, and when we hear the story, and making the appropriate responses there. But those are some of the areas that we see the housing piece play into the criminal justice system. It's really hard the criminal justice system really is not going to have a role in fixing any of these problems. It's more we're bearing witness to them.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions from any members of the council? Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump in here. We have one more member of the panel, Renee Weeks. She's available online. She is from the state through AHS. There she is.
Ah, great.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me. I work for the Agency of Human Services, overseeing the field directors and the Vermont Chronic Care Initiative. And it's my understanding that people wish to hear about changes to the General Assistance Emergency Housing Program as part of this. So I've invited Deputy Commissioner of Department of Children and Families, Miranda Gray, to speak to that for us. So I will hand it over to her. Thank you for joining us, Deputy Gray.
Thank you, Renee, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I think Rick from Good Sam gave you the data that you were looking for in terms of how many people were housing in like the Barry Montpelier area. So I'll just speak to quickly, which Rick alluded to, kind of the new law that has been passed, that was passed on July 1st, to just give you a sense of what the landscape is looking like. And just for reference, I am the Deputy Commissioner for the Economic Services Division, where the General Assistance Emergency Housing Program sit, along with SNAP, TANA, and LIHEAP. So Act 113 is the act that was passed. And with this came an 80-day limit for folks between, it is starting on July 1st. And that goes from July 1st until November 30th. The adverse weather time is now December 1st till March 31st. And so people's nights don't count then. And then once again, from April 1st until June 30th, you would only have 80 days if you hadn't used 80 days already prior. So that is a pretty significant change for a lot of Vermonters that have been staying with us in motels to have this cap. We are on week 3 now, we aren't seeing a significant decline in the Vermonters that are staying with us. We are up around 1,450 households this week. So we can assume that a lot of Vermonters will be using their 80 days earlier.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for just a minute? You're coming across a little murky or something, and I'm having a hard time making out everything you're saying, and I suspect other people are too. So I wonder if something can be done to improve that. And I'm looking at our tech guy, although I don't think it's on our end.
I will try headphones.
Great, thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, it is much. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for letting me know. So the other important piece that has passed with the new law is that we will now have a cap. So on September 15th, we will only have 1,100 rooms available to house Vermonters. This is, as I just mentioned, we're now housing 1,400 plus. So you can see that will be a change. That cap is not in effect during the cold weather time, but we do have a natural cap. We only have so much hotel capacity. Rick also mentioned that there was a change in who could stay in motels. And so I thought I would just share that with you because there is a change, and it is a change in that, generally speaking, prior to the winter that we'll be going into, anyone that needed shelter, as long as we had space, we could house. They just had to say that they needed that, and that's what we would call our adverse weather conditions. This winter, that changed. You have to meet one of these eligibility categories. So we know that we had about 300 households that we were housing across the state last winter who didn't meet any of these eligibility categories, who now this winter would not be eligible to stay in a motel room. So those that do have access are those who are age 65 plus. And that is a change. Last winter, we were housing people who were 60 and older. Those that have a disability, and that's defined as someone has SSI, SSDI, and then we also have a medical form. So if someone doesn't have those two attestations that they have a disability, we can work with a provider to fill out this form. We have families with children aged 19 and under, those who are pregnant, if someone has experienced a death of a spouse or a domestic partner or minor child, someone who's experienced a natural disaster, those who have experienced a court-ordered or constructive eviction, and those who've experienced domestic and similar dangerous violence. So those, you have to meet one of those eligibility criteria in order to be eligible for housing. And I will stop there because I think that's I'm sure we could go into a lot of detail, but those are like the really high level important changes that will certainly have an impact that I want to make sure that I shared.
Thank you. Lauren.
Thanks. Yeah, it's helpful to hear that. I mean, I guess what I want to better understand is what exactly is the state doing? Like, obviously, this is creating a huge problem, first and foremost, of the people that are now unsheltered and don't have this option. And then also the ripple effects on the community, the increased need for local services. You know, we're hearing tonight as a city, all the various ways that our local resources are now being strained because the state is no longer doing this. Like what, it just feels like we're throwing people out and there's no plan and there's no help from the state. Like what are you all doing to address it? I'm sure you're doing things, so I'm eager to hear.
Yes. Happy to address that, or to share another part of the law that was passed. There was a $10 million allocation to the Office of Economic Opportunity that is also sits within the Department for Children and Families, and that is to help stand up temporary shelters for this winter to be able to help house others. And there are also competitive grant processes also through the Office of Economic Opportunity to be able to help support the ongoing shelter needs. Those are HOP grants, and I apologize. I wish I had that acronym off the top of my head, but that's not, I don't oversee that office. It's just outside of my purview. So those are, things that we have done, but you're right. This is the law that we were given to implement, I guess I will say.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you. Very similar to what Lauren was asking. I know that this was a law that came to you from the legislature, and but it seems to me that we're seeing an increase in the need for services for people who are homeless, and the state is reducing the services that it's providing. And so that's, I mean, the need isn't going to go away. And so it's just pushing it down onto municipalities. And so you mentioned some alternatives, some other kinds of things that might be able to be accessed. Wonder if you could tell us a little bit more specifically about what the city can do to try to access some additional supports and resources as the problem just continues to grow.
Yeah, and we might need to come back to a meeting just because that isn't my area of expertise, and it actually branches out. It's not just within the Department for Children and Families. The Agency of Commerce and Community Development also has a lot of strategies because I think, as Rick also mentioned, we need permanent housing. That's truly what is going to help solve this problem. It isn't how many people I can keep in motels or the shelters. Like, we need people to be able to move into permanent housing. So I think they would be good options, but I do think the $10 million, there was a request for proposal that closed, I want to say it was early last week. And so the Office of Economic Opportunity will be reviewing those proposals. The same, I think that there are a couple of times during the year where they put out other opportunities for funding where people can submit their plans. But I will also say, like, we want to have conversations. I know that Commissioner Chris Winters is engaging with communities, and then Lily Sojourner, who is the director of the Office of Economic Opportunity as well, are happy to talk about what are some options that are out there.
Thanks. Anything else from members of the council or Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Appreciate that. I don't expect you to have the answer to this because it's clearly not with your purview, but as you are discussing these issues with your colleagues, two things to have to do with housing. One, we've already had discussion tonight about temporary housing or so-called pallet housing of those pod housing like in Burlington. And I think for the state to have some way of helping stand those up, because small local cities like us don't really have the wherewithal to do that. There needs a lot of funding, and there needs to be a lot of professional support for that. And then to your point about creating housing, I'd ask you to talk to your partners at Commerce and Community Development and other places about how their funding is being used. The city has recently purchased a very large piece of property of which we're trying to develop a very large amount of housing. And there's not a lot of direct state funding that will help us for what we need to do, even though we're trying to be a big part of the state's solution. We need some upfront funds for infrastructure to help get this off the ground. And there's a lot of grants and a lot of things, but they're not tailored to the actual needs. And as we've talked to other communities and other developers, they're all saying the same thing, that huge upfront cost is just a giant barrier. So there's funds to help build affordable housing if you already have the setup. There's funds to replace water infrastructure, old existing infrastructure. There's funds to do different things, but there's not the funds that you really need to create and build a new suite of housing isn't there. So I would ask you not to answer today, but to take back to your team to figure out how the state can look more creatively at resources. We're not talking about the end, for $5 million, we could open the gateway to close to 400 housing units here in Montpelier. That's not a large, per unit cost. And it's not a large when you really think about the amount of state housing money. Your colleagues had a great meeting with us last week, all the folks involved in funding, and they were very helpful and suggestive. And at the end of the day, it was kind of like, yeah, we just don't have anything that fits. And that's very frustrating. So I share that thought.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I'll
Bill.
be happy to bring that back.
Chief.
We were just about at the end of all our presentations, so I would just kind of loop back around because it gets a little awkward sometimes when they're like, what's next? To end on a positive, because I'm a positive guy anyway. Part of our strategic plan that you guys work on is, for us at the police department is to continue our crisis intervention team training. And part of that is bringing all these partners together. So with that training, we've brought a lot of these people and built these relationships from street outreach with you to EMS to the police in our county. And so far, we've trained 45 different people that all now work together. So it's a real big positive. We can't solve homelessness, but we can certainly help people. At the end of the day, this is always about people. And, everybody asks, what's my goal? I'm like, if we can help one person, we've done pretty good for that day. So that's always our goal. I saw there was a number of questions. I saw the hands went up when the police were on there. So I figured I'd just come sit here.
Good idea. Thanks, Chief. Before we do that, I just want to, that last point that you made is an excellent point. And I think the collaboration that we've established between the police and all the other service providers has been a tremendous benefit to the community. We were just talking at my office this week that in one of the other counties, they seem to be dealing with things that are very clearly people in psychiatric crisis and dealing with them through law enforcement and not through the psychiatric interventions. And so, and we just know that's not right. And so I think what we're doing here is really the way to go. And so seeing people online, I'll just go, I have you in order. So we'll start with Victoria Roden.
Hi, my name is Tori Rodine. I'm a member of the Montpelier Homelessness Task Force. And the task force was actually formed in 2019 to advise and consult with and support City Council around supporting the needs of unhoused people in Montpelier. So we also happen to be a partner in this conversation. We meet every couple of weeks. We help support a report from Parker Associates looking in a very granular way at resources for unhoused people around the state, at the root causes of homelessness, and at the circumstances of people living unhoused in Montpelier. So if anybody on council which funded that report isn't familiar with it yet, I would really encourage you to read it. I would also really encourage you to look at the documents that are attached to our website in terms of root causes of homelessness in rural Vermont. The thing that we do know is that the primary root cause of homelessness is that people don't have a place to live. And I realize it's far more complicated than that. And Zach Hughes and Dawn Little and others on the panel can certainly help you understand that better. But the primary trauma of people living unhoused is the fact that they're living unhoused. My question for Chief Nordenson actually was that it's very concerning, obviously, to know that so many calls for help from the police involve people who are unhoused. And yet the way the narrative was framed, certainly the way that I heard it in this meeting, is it must be unhoused people causing trouble. And in point of fact, I think it's crucial to look in a granular way at how many of those calls are people who are unhoused who have been harmed, people who are unhoused who are in a situation that is not safe for them and are hoping that they can approach public officials for help. I would not make the assumption that 14 or 23% of people calling are people who are perpetrating trouble of any kind. Every time I read the police report in the paper, somebody has called the police to say there's a unauthorized encampment somewhere in the city. And yet, I find myself always wanting to, if I could magically respond to people, what I want to say to them is, yes, there is an unauthorized encampment because people have to have places to live that they can afford, and there is no place for them to live. And so they are camping out. 60 of them are children. And I think we need to not forget that these are children like our children and like our grandchildren. The elders among them are elders like some of us in this room, or like our parents or our grandparents who may be suffering from dementia or from other kinds of physical disabilities. And these are the people who are currently these are among those numbers of people. I'm just going to say one more thing, which is that the history that I bring to this is I retired this spring after about 35 years as a community psychotherapist, and before that I worked for many years as a community organizer and just essentially a social worker. And before I went to do my MSW, I was living in Brattleboro and working. I was directing an agency, part of whose role ended up sort of accidentally being supporting people who were unhoused in Brattleboro who needed emergency housing. And so I became part of the community of people there trying to do that work. And I find it devastating that all these years later, things haven't changed that much. I think the task force has accomplished a lot. Good Sam is always accomplishing a lot. But there is the lack of housing that people can afford and can keep is not an act of God. It's an act of human beings. And in Brattleboro and in the Upper Valley and in Burlington, communities have made decisions to use their resources to create and support housing where otherwise very marginalized or very fragile people can be sheltered and can keep housing, have the support that they need to keep housing. And we can make decisions like that here. We don't have to say the cost of housing is skyrocketed as though an angel came down and made that happen. This has happened because of human decisions, and we can do it differently. Anyway, sorry to get carried away, but thank you.
Thank you.
Tori, just to respond a little bit to you, first of all your comments are spot on. And the comments about, the 22%, are they actually police calls? That's exactly why we have the outreach. We're trying to get the appropriate resources outside of the police department to the people in need. So that's the whole reason we even have this conversation. So that's the process we're trying to get to. We have a lot of education to do in the public. I don't have a charge for you folks, but if I could ask anything from the homeless task force, it would be to help us educate the public on when the appropriate time to call the police would be, and then when the time to get other resources out there. So I'm always looking to not have the police go to calls that don't require the police.
Great. Front Porch Forum has kicked me off a couple of times because I send them too many posts. But I would be happy to write to them again and about times to call, certainly about the encampments. No, if you're concerned about an encampment, work for affordable housing. You don't need to call the cops about it. And if you know other ways that we can educate the public, I can't speak for everybody in the task force, but I think people would be very, very happy to have that opportunity.
Yep. And then there's also a phone number, 988, that gets people the mental health services they need at the place that they're at, which is really important to us too. And we're still in process to educate a lot of people really quickly because they're used to calling 911. And that's not necessarily always appropriate.
Okay, thanks. Zach Hughes.
This is Zach Hughes, and I am really proud to have been part of this process. Started out as a peer support work, and then worked my way into housing issues and homelessness. And then I joined the task force, and we're not going to solve homelessness, although that would be perfect if we could, but we're not going to do that. I do want to say the collaboration has just been good. Yeah, we get those emails from Kelly. Yeah, I get those, and sometimes from Chief Nord here, but it's all good. And we're seeing, the same problems. And, I just want to say keep the collaboration up. And, in June, we did have that meeting because Chief Nord emailed Washington County, and we did have that meeting, and it was a very good meeting, and we were able to, talk about combining some resources. So I think that's really what's important here, and we're trying to do the same thing at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Deborah Glotman. Deborah, you should be able to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll skip over you for now. Steve?
Back in the room, Steve Whitaker. I beg to differ with Zach. It's not all good.
Hey there. My name is Deb Glotman. I'm president of the Mitzvah Fund. We are a veterinary nonprofit in Montpelier. I would just like to say that our police department, especially Eric, is absolutely exceptional and has helped us in, I can't tell you how many ways, because we are all a bunch of, I will just say, over 50 women that are trying to do the best that we can with some very complicated cases. I will tell you that our unhoused population that we are servicing has gone up 6 times what we did in 2023. And our funding sources are currently specifically and only for homelessness. We have never seen this level of care needed. Many of our unhoused have animals, even if they are living with cats in a tent. We are seeing them often. And I would just say that between Good Sam and the Montpelier Police Department, I cannot feel more supported or more I will say that we have all joined together to make this happen. Even if we have foster homes, we have all sorts of situations that we are completely reaching outside the box. And we've never seen anything like this in almost 17 years of being 501c3, trying to help all of these different populations. So I just can't say enough for all our social services. We work with CVHS and Washington County Mental Health all the time. Eric is absolutely imperative to my everyday safety. And I feel the pain that the city is going through, and our city council is doing the best they can in an absolutely unprecedented time.
Thanks for joining us. Okay, Steve.
I think I'm going to be a little bit of a reality check here. We're not all doing the best we can. We are pretending that we haven't wasted 5 years since the homelessness task force was created to address as priorities designated camping sites, showers, restrooms, phone charging, and lockers large enough to put a backpack in. We have accomplished 0 of those goals. Okay. That's 5 years. We had 400,000 set aside in ARPA money, and it was clawed back at your last meeting to spend on miscellaneous backfilling because the homelessness task force could never put a coherent plan together how to spend that, how to recommend spending that 400,000. That's unconscionable. That's neglect on your part for not having watched the ball and kept the priority moving. If the task force is being run by conflicted interests, the task force is being chaired by people who are paid to maintain status quo, and that's just unconscionable. Somebody told me at today's that listening to that chair is mind numbing. Nothing was accomplished. You should go listen to the last two homelessness task force meetings, and you'll understand how mind numbing and ineffective that task force has become. It's self-serving. And the fact that the task force was not even consulted in framing the plan for the Elks Club for the Good Samaritan contract that y'all just approved on the consent agenda. How dare you? The task force was created at my urging 5 years ago, and I resigned once I realized that it was rigged to do nothing. But now you're claiming all its accolades. You approved disc golf, which will directly on the consent agenda, which will directly conflict with any proposal that has been in the works. And some of you council members have been copied on that proposal. Never heard a word of feedback, can't get a return call from my own counselor, to address putting soft shelters. For Good Sam, the experts to be saying there's 30 people. I personally aware of 60 people unhoused around here right now, and it's going to get worse. And so how do we give 16,000 of Montpelier Community Fund to Good Sam. We give 5 million from the Housing Conservation Board. There's going to always keep asking for more, but to pretend that they have it covered is really self-deception. Y'all are not doing your due diligence. You're not asking the right questions. You're not reading the materials, not returning the calls. You're not basically taking responsibility for this human crisis that you have allowed to get created over the last 5 years. So Good Samaritan Haven is part of the problem. The crime that goes on there, the abuse, the leering, the housing of sex offenders, the theft of property. This has been going on, and I know you said it in an earlier meeting, there's no merit to it, but that's your own, lying. There is merit to it. The Good Samaritan guests that are willing to come and speak, have never been had an opportunity because these kinds of love fests where everybody's doing the best they can. So there is no accountability, no transparency, and there are criminal implications to the way Good Sam is being relied upon by this city. So y'all are complicit by not digging in and requiring, as part of that contract, some transparency provisions into these problems that I've called to your attention. I talked to a lot of the folks who've been there over time. How do you justify supporting Good Sam to house 20 people for this winter and only for 8 months of the year? I mean, the message that gives the folks out on the street is, oh, y'all are deserving of year-round shelter. Everything, is subjugated to Good Sam staffing problems. Same as we let the Green Mountain Transit off the hook to violate their lease and close those public bathrooms from 11 to 2:30. That still hasn't been resolved, nor have the ADA handicap door paddles been installed. They covered up the wires, but they did not install the ADA door paddles on the Taylor Street side. So you're not doing a really good job. You're really neglecting your responsibilities here. To have allowed that shelter to operate for an entire year without showers is a violation of our own permitting process. And yet swept it under the rug, passed it. And the complaints are, not to mention our police are out there harassing the homeless. They're citing people into court for mischief, for building a fire to stay warm, or for telling a sex offender that they can't camp that close to them. An admitted sex offender trying to camp close to another woman, and harsh words were exchanged, and that person gets cited. I mean, I've seen this behavior here, just like arresting me for talking more than 2 minutes. So I'm pointing out that y'all really need to look into your souls and look into whether you have done your due diligence to request a plan and to get a plan to house the unhoused and to address these failures of our investments in Good Samaritan. I'm not saying they should go away, but they should be recognized as a piece of a puzzle. And but a paternalistic and a punitive piece, not a nurturing and healing and accommodating piece. If we don't make dignity the foundation of our homeless response, our emergency housing, it's all going to go downhill. So
Thank you. Now you wanted to speak.
David Sweat, Concord, New Hampshire. I think the Montpelier Police do an excellent job of traffic enforcement within the downtown. I think that to answer your question, instead of like having to deal with us all the time, which it's just the same old thing. You guys, better men than me. We were in Concord, they would beat the crap out of us. They really would. I've seen it over and over, Manchester, New Hampshire, Springfield, Mass. I don't know how you guys put up with it. But to answer your question, they could be patrolling out near the ballpark. I mean, Montpelier's pretty large. To answer your question, and I was talking to a Berlin cop, this old guy. He's like, around here, drugs go through phases like every 4 years. Like in Concord, it's meth. Here, who's ever seen anybody on crack and crack, berry crack? And that I lived in Baltimore for a little while. Heroin you could deal with, parafentanyl, fentanyl, and now the dealers are starting to cut it with like ketamine. They're always going to be ahead of the curve. There's always going to be illicit drugs. Counselor, you have to admit, a lot of these people in New Hampshire, we say, not repairable. If you stay up for like 4 days on meth, you've got a fighting chance. If you do like a month over a couple of years, you're never, ever, ever going to come back. And it's important. The spokes that are going to get you guys out of this, it's going to be the landlords, the people that are willing to come into your city because you don't have, I think that, let me back up for a second. I think you guys did a great job of when tourists started to come around. You kind of let us do our own thing through the winter, but when the tourists started coming around, you started to clean the city up, which you should. Your merchants need it. Even, and to your point, New England is bad. The West is far worse. Even Montreal, everybody who's been to Montreal, one of the nicest cities in North America, Montreal has fallen. And if you're looking for money from the feds, we're at what, 34 trillion? They don't have money. They can't print T-bills fast enough. So are you going to solve this? No, but the first step is to not let everybody in from all over the world and give them a free hotel. I was up in Burlington all winter. You know, they take the free bus, get a couple of fists of whiskey, couple of joints, go back to the hotel. No one I knew in Burlington was looking for a job. A couple of guys were. It was to support their habits.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, nope, it's fun here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good evening. Good evening. My name's Nolan Carver. I'm a resident of District 1. I serve on the Conservation Commission for just under a year. I'd like to identify myself as a psychiatric survivor, and honestly, I'm rather mentally ill. I can say that with a smile because I had a relatively productive day. I've been dealing with the anxiety of a changing landscape. There's so much going on in this world right now, and honestly, it's a great time to be in recovery in a way, because I really get to see what my nation is like from the inside out. We get to see what Vermont's like from the inside out. There's always a silver lining to a problem, and I'm learning to see those solutions and those beautiful moments. I'm viewing this world from a socialist, feminist, environmentalist perspective. And I just want to say that I'm proud of Montpelier, Vermont, and in this meeting, in this moment, because we have to acknowledge that we are in de facto leaders of the nation, if not of the world. Here we enjoy this great municipality, and simultaneously we have apparently the resources to survive these environmental disasters, these social disasters, this national divisiveness and increasing crime. That's just something else I'd like to point out. There is increasing crime in this state. It's been increasing in this town. Um, I'm just looking at the Montpelier Police Department with particular scrutiny because I get to see a department in a state of evolution. And I'm looking forward to the police really being a leader in this entire country. I just want to thank everyone because by the time this meeting is over, we will already have accomplished some historical monument. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Have a good night.
Thanks for coming in. Deb Glotman, if you could do me a favor and lower your hand just so we are clear on who's trying to be recognized. I want to make sure thank you. Anyone else who wants to be recognized can have a chance to speak before we wrap this up. Anybody else in the room? Council members, obviously, we didn't set this up to make decisions. We set this up to get a really broad presentation. Julie Bond.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the really great conversation. I just wanted to add a couple points based on the comments, and I really appreciate everybody's thoughts. And I welcome any entity, any partner who wants to help build and add capacity for emergency shelter in the county, in the state, in the country. We have no interest in being a monopoly on that service. But we are very committed to doing all that we can do. And it is unbelievably complex. It's not that easy to just throw up a shelter in any mode or any type of, various varieties of shelter. They each have their complexity. But I do welcome anybody who, has criticism of us to come by and see how complex it really is to put the work in, because it's humans that we're working with, humans we're caring for at the end of the day. And it's the most amazing, wonderful, heartbreaking, heart expanding work there could be. And so anybody who wants to get involved, please do so. Don't just sit there. Come with us.
Thanks, Julie. Anything else from any member of the public or members of the council? Okay, thanks all for, oh, sorry, Lauren.
Just a quick question to Bill. So I know a while ago, we had been talking about the rec center as a possible shelter, transitional housing. Just like, what's the status of that, or when might we expect a further conversation about that project?
Yeah, thanks. So the Parker Advisor's report flagged that as a potential location for a shelter and transitional housing. That prompted us to look at, to then do the engineering or the architectural study of the building and identify its strengths and weaknesses, which then led us to pursue the grant that we are pursuing to do a major overhaul of all of its systems, electrical, all that kind of thing. So that's where 300,000 of the funds that Mr. Whitaker was just talking about is set to match a $1.5 million grant to bring that building up to modern codes. At that point, it would be able to be converted. I think the vision would be shelter in the basement and then transitional housing upstairs. But that is somewhat contingent on our process about a future rec facility. So if we are going to abandon that building, then I think the plan is that would then be transitioned into some other housing need. And if we're going to keep it as a rec center, then we'll have to figure out something else.
Okay. Thanks all for being here. It's 8:19. The next item is also going to take a while, so I think we'll do our break that we ordinarily do at 8:30 now. So we'll come back at 8:30, and that way we don't have to interrupt the next presentation. Well, I don't, yeah, but that happens a lot and we get started doing something and then it takes longer than anyone thinks it's going to take, but I think it's important to have the time that it really requires. I know that means waiting longer and I thank you for being here, but see you all back in 10 minutes. Okay, I think everyone is back, so I will recall the meeting to order, and we are next up to item 7, which is a presentation from downtown businesses. And I'm glad you folks are here because for one reason or another, we started talking about this back in April or something like that. And so one reason or another, we weren't able to make it happen until tonight. So thank you for being here, and why don't you come on up? Why don't you sit at the table? It's easy, it's comfortable. And I appreciate your waiting.
I'll go first.
Or just pull a chair over.
Hi, so my name is Melissa Whitaker, and I'm one of the owners of Positive Pie in downtown. Myself and my husband Carlo own Positive Pie. And yeah, we've been meeting as businesses pretty much since the flood last July in one form or another. We haven't really met much in the last few months, but we were meeting a lot, and we had been meeting with legislatures and senators, and we had Jack come to one of our meetings. And I think there's a couple main purposes we wanted to come, but we've just been feeling like reaching out has helped us some, and just really kind of getting the reality of where businesses are at. We started feeling like a lot of businesses did reopen, so people were just kind of thinking like, oh, business is great. Businesses are reopened, the business owners are doing business, everything's okay. And so we just started reaching out to say like, that is just not reality, that we're still very much struggling. And it still is true. Lauren and I were just having a conversation before we came here, and we were talking about like, really since the middle of June, business really has picked up. We've had a good pickup of tourism. We've been really busy. And if we didn't have the debt and the behind the scenes of our finances from the flood, we would be doing okay. But the reality for Carlo and I is like, we had to take out a $500,000 loan through the SBA, put our house on the line for that, which is an extra payment. And then we also, on top of that $500,000 loan, got, like $80,000 behind in taxes, behind on unemployment. We're behind on so many things. And construction bills were still coming in once the loan was off. So every week we have someone calling us for money, and we don't have it really. And because we're having to pay extra, we just can't catch up. So it's still so stressful and so terrifying. And Lauren and I were also talking about how like we're just really not sleeping well. Like our nervous systems are such a mess. And I just want to make sure the city's aware of that. There's a couple things we'll come back to like as thoughts we're having, but more than anything, I just really want it to be known that like most businesses are still really, really behind and are scared and not doing great because of how far behind we got, and how much we've had to take on. And so I think that having this threat of another flood that just happened was like terrifying. So that's something that always lives in the back of our heads and feels like it probably could happen. And it didn't really seem like much was improved that would help improve our businesses. I don't know. It's just very scary. I don't think we'd recover because I feel like if we didn't have the debt we had, for me personally, we could withstand another flood. But because we have so much debt and so much already behind, there's just no way we'd come back. And I think a lot of businesses do feel that way. Like if another flood were to hit, I think most businesses would never come back again. And another thing I guess we were talking about, which is we were talking about with Jack when he came to our meeting, is that, for me, we've been in business in Montpelier since 2005. And so we have seen a real difference in the local business. So we're seeing just as much, honestly, if not more business in the summers. Like our tourism has been really, really good. We were really afraid that wasn't going to maybe happen this summer, but it has. And our sales have been good. Like it started a little later than it usually does. It usually starts around Memorial Day weekend. This year, it started about the second week of June for some reason, but we've had good business since. But in the winter times,
we're not having the same business we used to have. And at Positive Pie, I really think a huge difference that I'm seeing is the lack of state workers in town and the legislatures and all that. Like, they used to come into Positive Pie for lunches every day. After work, they'd all fill our bar. Our bar business has been terrible. Like, no bar. I don't know what is going on. I know Hugo's has said the same thing. Like, we have empty bar every day except Friday. My bartenders are not making money. No one's coming sitting. We don't have state workers and legislatures and workers in town that are like, let's go have a drink together and camaraderie after work. So, you know, this is not happening. And so I think most businesses are worried about winter, like when the tourism sustains us through the middle of October. But after that, we're really worried about winter and how we're going to now pay these extra loans we have. I have a payment we have to make first. We got behind on like the meals and rooms taxes that, you know, we accrued through the food truck, whatever. We have all these payments, extra payments we're having to make. I'm just really scared about winter time. So we were brainstorming as businesses, how do we bring more locals to downtown? How do we make sure our businesses succeed? How do we make sure our businesses are sustainable and we get the business we used to have? And I know it really struck me, Jack, when you said in our meeting that Montpelier is one area that, and I think you said 100 years hasn't really increased in population. That like really struck me. And it's like, gosh, like, because I know most other places in the country that, you know, there's a growth in population. And so there's more business, more business. We don't have that. And we actually, I think, have less because there used to be thousands of people that would come into the state buildings and, you know, all that. And we don't have that. So just putting that out on the radar, that is, you know, keeping brainstorming, what can we do with those state buildings? A lot of them sit there empty. Can we make it housing? Can we make it other offices? Can we encourage people to fill those buildings so that businesses can survive? Like, you know, it's a big loss to us. We used to have a lot better lunch business and a lot better winter business than we do now. You know, parking is something that we always keep in mind. Housing, of course, is something we talked a lot about with you, and something obviously that we need as businesses. I was really excited when you shared the possibility of the land that's across from Agway that is it the old
The Home Farm Way.
the
Or
one
what
that's
do you
like
say?
the
Oh.
old country club or
Oh, yeah,
whatever
yeah,
that
the Country
maybe
Club Road, yep.
like you have a thoughts about having, you know, hundreds of new housing there. That would be incredible. Like, so I guess we just wanted to voice that as businesses, we just need anything that supports people coming into town, people filling those state buildings, locals coming out more. Like, I don't know, we just need the business, especially through the winters. And I mean, tax breaks could be great for businesses, making it really friendly for businesses. Like, we're just struggling. I've heard that the unemployment tax rate's going up a lot. Like, all those things just are suffocating and we're barely making it. I mean, really, like, I don't know. It's just terrifying. Haven't been able to relax since last year. So just wanted to kind of put that out there. And I think Lauren has more she wanted to say, but thank you for hearing us.
Don't go anywhere because
Okay.
people are likely to have questions for you.
Okay.
So
Hi, my name's Lauren Parker, and I've lived in Montpelier for 35 years with my husband and 2 kids. I've owned a business in Montpelier for 27 years, with the last 11 being the North Branch Cafe and North Branch Tech, which my husband and I both owned. It's safe to say that I love Montpelier with all of its charm and challenge, and if I could, I would live my last day here. There's no question about it. But this last year has been an incredible challenge as a homeowner and as a business owner, following more than 2 years of a pandemic, followed by a life-altering flood and a COVID loan, which is more than I can imagine paying. We have earned very little from our 2 small businesses, so we started taking Social Security last year, which I've been using to pay my extra payroll. 2 years ago, we turned half our home into a B&B so that we could offset some of our really high taxes, and now we have to worry about additional taxes on the B&B. I'm not even going to say what our most recent tax bill came to because it's nauseating. The impact of reduced traffic in Montpelier, foot traffic this past January to June, has been painful and unsustainable. I'm here to describe what myself and other businesses need from you, our city leaders. All of it, I recognize we can't ask for, but we're going to still let you know we need it. We formed a business advocacy group this spring when it was clear that our normal spring was not coming back as it normally does. For us, it was April, because we're a tea shop and people come in for, stay warm when it's chilly. It worked out really well. This year did not happen. So the issues that our group has identified, some of which Melissa has talked about, obviously the issue of the plight of the unhomed in Montpelier has been a significant discussion because it's frightening and it feels inhumane to see the numbers of people with no place to go. We don't know how to even begin to resolve that, but we know that that issue is something that in Burlington has created a huge problem for the downtown. And we suspect it could continue to become more of a problem here. And it's inhumane. So we feel really strongly about that being our first point. The financial recovery from expenses due to the flood. We worked with our representatives, this group in Montpelier, and I believe that single-handedly we convinced them to approve a bill for $5 million additional assistance for businesses. And Governor Scott matched that with another $5 million. But unfortunately for our small town, and this does not include Melissa because she's actually had a gigantic loss, but for those of us who didn't have a loss that was big enough, we don't receive anything from that $10 million. So I ended up having to do a GoFundMe for our business because I don't have any way to make up the debt that I have from last July. The empty buildings in town, including the low occupancy state offices and other small businesses, are an incredible problem for us who rely on having people on the streets to purchase our goods and services on a daily basis. The proportionally small population of people who live in Montpelier was never intended to be able to support the thriving downtown that we have come to be comfortable with. We need people to come here from away, to work, to shop, to wander the streets, to meet their friends and eat in our city. We need buildings to be full of workers and residents. We need the whole town to feel vital. And right now, I feel like our new businesses that we have created from the crushing blow of the flood looks great. It looks vital, but it's really not. And we need the city council to know that because everything that we're trying to promote to the outside world is Montpelier's great, where everything's good, come here. And we need that, but it isn't what we're all feeling. It is a very scary feeling. The lack of housing, both rentals and homes to own, is horrific. We can't find employees because there's no affordable place to live. If they could find a place close to Montpelier, there's no place for them to park when they arrive for work. When our downtown is in full operation and people arrive from outside of town, they have no place to park and can literally drive around for 30 minutes. Long-term parking, even now, when there is parking available on the streets, the long-term parking when you have a shift of 6 to 8 or 10-hour day is all the long-term parking is basically closed by 9 o'clock. People are walking across town to Loomis Street is where our staff are parking. And it's ridiculous. And now we're moving into people's neighborhoods and parking in their neighborhoods. So the parking situation is, since I opened this business 11 years ago, I've been shunned for bringing up parking in our business meetings because everybody's talked about it, but it is a horrific problem. The huge empty parking lots along the river and the area known as the pit should be made available to folks who actually work and live here. There needs to be designated parking for people who are keeping our city alive, and it has to be affordable. This would also free up the street spaces and already designated parking for the visitors and tourists who come to be needing to be in the heart of the city. Because I'm in the service industry, I meet and talk to people visiting Montpelier every day. The feedback about this sweet city is really heartwarming, and we should all be proud of it. The quaint appearance, the many options for people to shop, to eat, to wander around. People love this town. They'd come here originally because it's the capital and it's on their stop, but they come back because it's our downtown. Our downtown is what makes our town. And I was on the phone with somebody doing an interview And I had to hang up on him because when people talk about now, maybe it's time to close down stores and restaurants, maybe we have too many in Montpelier. This is what makes Montpelier so appealing. Why would we close down restaurants and businesses? Why would we shut down and shutter spaces? It makes no sense. But this was an honest question. Maybe it's time we shrink. I'm sorry. We are the capital city. It's expected by tourists. It's expected by other Vermonters who come to their own capital city. And it is certainly expected by the people of Montpelier to be able to have options in a capital city. So many ideas come to my head. I was a consultant before I owned a restaurant, which I often doubt and wonder why the heck I ever stopped it. I was supposed to retire into my relaxed restaurant business. I know, just not at all. What did I know? So Montpelier is a tourist destination, and it needs to appeal to each aspect of that. And we rely a lot on Montpelier Alive to help us with that. But we're also a work hub for this state, and we need to be looking at ourselves again as a work hub. If there was any way, I know that there have been businesses that have received tax incentives. But if there were any way to look to the future of increased revenue by increasing business, by increasing people who are going to be living in the city, to offer some sort of subsidy to either building owners who are expanding or to business owners who, I mean, these are things that I don't know how to do it. I've never been in government. I know that it's magic the way you do this stuff, but it feels like there has to be a little bit of pain to get a benefit, and to bring more people in, we have to give them a benefit. It's been so difficult for people to open businesses in Montpelier. For myself, just the paperwork alone could have driven me back to my former business, but it needs to be easier. Is there any way to create an incentive for people to fill these empty buildings or these empty floors or these empty spaces? Or can we penalize them with a higher tax base if they do have empty spaces? It just feels like there has to be a way, including the state, by the way, all the empty state office space. I realize that that's my next point is pilot. I realize that we don't tax the state, but it really feels wrong that an entire section of our city is dead. There's nothing down there. There are no bodies. There aren't people walking around. The cars are out, not in this. The parking spaces are ridiculous. We can't park there, but they're empty and saved for the state who never come. So it's really not right. And I feel like Montpelier needs to make more demands on that regard, that they are living in our city. We are all bearing the burden of extra tax rates because they don't. And I think that our pilot program needs to be looked at. They don't participate or contribute to our city operations on a daily basis because their employees aren't here. They aren't eating in our restaurants. They aren't shopping in our stores. They're not benefiting Montpelier, which is, I believe, one of the big benefits of having the state work is here, is that they bring money to the city. They're not. It's not happening. It feels to me like we get about a quarter of the year compared to what used to, the revenue that used to come in through the businesses of this town. Okay. I think the city could fill the spaces with interested parties. I think there are lots of businesses who are looking. Montpelier is a very attractive town to work in. If we could make the spaces available to retail, to office space, residential space, I just think it's possible. The hardest hurdle for me in this process has been hearing from people that they can't afford to shop or eat in Montpelier. And that directly ties to our tax rate. I know myself, we feel the pinch, but as a restaurant owner, the cost of food is shockingly high. How much more it costs now than it did a year ago, 3 years ago. It's shockingly high. So when somebody says to me, you know, your food is too expensive, I think to myself, well, you try to figure out a way to do this because I certainly can't. We don't have a lot of control, but my hope in talking to you all tonight is that there are a lot of things that in the last 4 years, all of our businesses have had to remake and remodel how we manage our money and how our costs are incurred. And I don't know how often the city looks at expenses. I don't know how often we look at, for instance, the schools, like what could reduce the cost? $10,000 of my tax bill is to the schools, which have never, ever, ever, ever resented, because both my kids went to school here and it is a great school system. But something is wrong when our taxes are this high. The state gave the city $750,000 in flood aftermath. Our representatives told us that they intended that some of that would go toward helping businesses, but it's our understanding that it was returned to the general fund to replace parts of the budget that had been cut. Between that and FEMA money, I know there's a lot of stuff that is coming and has to be dealt with for the city, but I would hope that some part of it could look to find a way to cut our taxes. I just think the taxes are a basic problem for us that continues to ripple over and over again. In 35 years that we've lived here, we always hear about it. Nobody ever says no to budgets in Montpelier, which is great till this year. But it doesn't work out when you can't afford to live here. When I'm thinking of having to leave because I can't afford my property taxes, there's something wrong with that. So the last thing I wanted to say is that I think these times require creative and innovative ideas. I was a consultant in my previous life. I think that we have to figure out how to implement things more quickly. I can't imagine how we're going to continue to face these issues we talk about with housing, how long it takes to even come up with a plan. The business owners in this city represent a lot of different lines of business, and I think all of them have shown resilience and creativity for the past 4 challenging years. I think we would like to be a part of your solutions. I think if you have questions or suggestions of how things can work, that our business community would be interested in being involved, because we're all scared. We are all in the same boat, that we don't want Montpelier to become a place that doesn't have any place. We don't want this to be a place that people can't come for entertainment and shopping. So I would like you to ask us to help you when there are questions about how things can be changed to make Montpelier more accessible and available.
Thanks. I agree with you. The businesses, the downtown, the vital downtown is really what brings people to Montpelier, what people love about Montpelier. And so hearing that that people are really struggling to keep the businesses open is something that it's a real concern for me, and I think all the members of the council. So thanks for being here. I'll throw it up to members of the council for comments or questions. Palin.
Have different events all over the year. Do you think those events help you to connect with your customers?
Yeah, I think that the impression that I can say restaurant owners mostly, I don't know about stores, but when the events are downtown. Did you use the mic? Oh, sorry. When the events are downtown, it does help. When the events are at the State House, it really just pulls business away from the downtown. So I think that the approach that Montpelier Alive is using now is to try to at least direct people to the downtown if they are at a State House event, but also to include more activities in the core of the town.
The location is important.
Yeah.
To promote. Thank you.
Yeah. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think the 3rd of July, even though there was a lot happening at the State House, we had one of our busiest days. It was amazing. Like, I think the events do help. I do think they help. I think, I don't know, it's just like the amount of debt a lot of us are under is just so scary, and it's just so hard to like come up. It's probably just going to take a long time, or more economic injury money, or a break on the taxes we owe from before the flood that we're paying. I'm paying like a $1,500 payment every week to try to catch up, like that's killing us. It's drowning us. If that could be forgiven, we'd be in such a better place. I don't know how that can happen, or it probably can't, but those events do help. It's just they're spread out. It's once in a while. The fear is so much bigger than that, but I do think they help.
The eclipse was great.
The eclipse, great.
Can we have another one?
Yeah, let's do that again real soon.
Yeah, let's do that again.
Yeah. Other council, Tim, then Lauren.
Two messages that I share being a downtown kind of merchant in a way too. And I think your points that we shouldn't lose as a council as we progress through the next year, and as we head toward budget process real soon, is I think my observation since I've been on the council is that there's a real focus on maintaining what we have and maintaining the structure and the services we have. And I think we've gotten to a place where the overhead's so high that our property taxes are at a level it is crushing. And it's one of the bigger overhead items that is your rent and the cost to be in your space. So I think that's a factor to think about as you go through this next budget process, in terms of maybe we can't maintain every program and every layer of staffing that we have right now, because it's of course we just got the bills, so it's doubly painful.
Yeah, we've been here 3 weeks ago. It would have been less painful.
Yeah, and then the other side, I think you mentioned it quickly, and I not to lose the thought, but I think our zoning code has evolved, and it's not unique to Montpelier. I think this has happened throughout the country, but it's a very thick and controlling document, and it's a difficult place to do things. And we do need to be more nimble and position ourselves because the world changed with the pandemic way before the flood, and people are working from home, and it's just there's a whole new model, and we've got to adjust to it and learn how to play in this field. So we need to find ways to take these buildings and convert them to housing and other uses much more quickly and in a less punitive environment. And I think that's a challenge we face. So 2 points I took from you that I wanted to mention. Thanks. Lauren.
Yeah, thanks. And really appreciate you coming in and sharing. And certainly have been hearing it loud and clear, but having this conversation is so valuable. And I mean, obviously it's hard to just keep reliving it, and like you're living it every day. So just gratitude for coming in and making sure the community is more aware of what's going on. Like took lots of notes, and definitely like keeping in touch and looking for opportunities to partner, and appreciate the offer to continue to be, you're all creative local business owners. So how do we like take advantage of that, trying to look at solutions and move more quickly than often government does. So like, let's definitely keep in touch on that. Another space I just wanted to mention, I know you have been in touch a little bit with the Commission for Recovery and Resilience, but I know there's a lot of conversations looking at some of the like the state lands, the parking lots and things, and how are we repurposing and re-envisioning some of those. So that might be one opportunity where partnering with that group also, and I'm serving on that as a conduit for city council. So definitely continuing those conversations and seeing how that work is specifically aimed at supporting you all in our downtown. So just have lots of ideas and just look forward to continuing to talk, and thank you for all you're doing.
Adrian.
So thank you all for being here today. I love the downtown businesses. It's obviously what makes Montpelier who we are. But I am also a realist. I've lived around the country. I've traveled the world, and I've seen where downtowns have become ghost towns. And it is such an easy thing to happen. And I fear for that every day. Like, we're done. And so my realist side is like, wow, this could happen to us next week. And so I am all about sphere of control, because I can't wave my magic wand to change everything next week. But I do think about this almost every day, probably not nearly as much as you all, because you own your businesses, it's your livelihood. But I think one piece of this extremely complex puzzle, one of the strengths that I want to bring to this town is in recreation. And so we have met with a couple of folks, Montpelier Live, the recreation department. Josh was there, thinking about recreation as a boost to our economics and being very, very strategic about it. And really looking at where we are on an annual calendar and being very thoughtful of bringing those eclipse events, those, July 4th events, having a balance so that we don't overwhelm our public service, but also bring, tourists into our hotels. I think I wrote it down somewhere. It's like little over 200 hotel rooms between Capitol Plaza and the Berlin Hotel. Let's fill those up as much as we can and bring events into downtown so that they could, use your stores. But I think what our plan is to focus on the winter months this year and try to get a number of events very, very focused. Let's test it out. Let's see how many folks come in. Let's see how much revenue is brought into the city and see if it works, right? It's like a pilot.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever really done much focus in the winter months, and that's where we're struggling because the loss of state workers, we're really feeling that.
Like there's basketball tournaments, there's AAU, there's hockey, there's many, many, many things that we could snowshoe festivals, right? Like let's be creative and think outside the box.
That's great.
And bring these organizations to us. We should be a destination for recreation.
Cool.
And so I'm hoping that piece of, as I said, this very complex puzzle will help boost, our economy in the winter when it's needed the most. But that is something we're working on. We're testing it. We're going to see what we can do this winter. And we'll see. I mean, I hope it works.
That's cool. I mean, I think every little thing helps. So I think that's great.
So if you know any winter activities that people want to do, just let us know.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve.
I heard a lot of good, sincere, and data informed response from the business people. I think that we do need to reduce tax on businesses as a short-term interim while we regain our footing. I don't know. I don't claim to be a tax expert about the possibility of reducing tax on the property owners with a contractual provision that they agree to it being auditable so that they're passing that reduced tax through to the restaurants and frontline businesses that need it to survive right now. If we lose any more of these businesses, we're not going to have a destination town, and we need to be actually increasing the businesses. So maybe it's a 1 year, maybe it's an 18-month breathing room based on tax abatement, and it would be one way to do it. I recommend we trim our government. If our city manager's core team is costing us $500,000 and very ineffectual, if I would argue. That's the first place to start trimming before you start trimming public works or police department. The dignity of the town, the way we treat our most vulnerable, our unhoused, I'm glad to hear that they recognize that, but yet most of the businesses around town have a no public restroom sign, not most, but many of them have a no public restroom sign in their window. And that's working counter to the idea. But we have the transit center restroom, and y'all took it without question that maybe the Green Mountain Transit doesn't want to renegotiate their lease. Therefore, it was tabled. But they're violating their lease, and we're doing nothing about it. Those restrooms should be open 24 hours and inspected every hour by a police patrol or something, just for cleanliness or vandalism. That we need 24-hour restrooms. We need emergency housing for not the 20 people, but the 60 or more people. And not all of them are going to fit into a congregate shelter or that domain. But to the degree that the people who are the indigent are respected and not sitting dirty on the sidewalk panhandling because they have a little bit of dignity in a shelter, that increases or it reduces the disincentive for people to visit. I think it's a valid point that the merchants fear we're going to be avoided like downtown Burlington is being avoided right now. And that could happen. And so I'm tying these threads together because we've made no progress on public restrooms in 5 years. In fact, we've lost the 2 here in the basement of City Hall. We need to focus on sidewalk hazard patching and grinding. where the sidewalks have shifted. We need to grind them again, and we need to patch the holes. They're egregious holes right here in front of City Hall, just walking up to the flagpole and the monument, the memorial. It's atrocious how dangerous it is to walk around our town if you're not really sharp on your feet. I bet, Nancy's both sighted and not so sure on her feet, so she understands I think she can corroborate what I'm telling you. The vitality of the businesses, the vitality of the arts, even if it's pop-up arts using the storefronts at little to no cost. I've heard nothing in 3 weeks since I heard, or a month even, since I heard that the state visitor center, they were interested in partnering with the city to get a visitor center in, and it could potentially go in the rabble rouser space, but then nothing has happened since then, or nothing that I'm aware of. But we should have top acceleration on that. Rabble rouser is prime space. It has bathrooms, it has parking, and to have the state contributing to that rent, it not only helps the landlord, but it helps the other businesses.
Thanks, Steve. You're at 4 minutes now.
Yeah,
so
and you haven't run the time on anybody else tonight, so you're just.
I'm doing it now. You're at 4 minutes. And so your time has expired.
You are.
Is there any other member of the public who wishes to address the council on this topic?
You are a farce, Mr. Chair.
My name's Nolan Carver. I live in District 1. I reside on Winter Street, where the Blakely family has been for 153 years. But we actually go back to the 1790s, to founding fathers and mothers. I'm quite proud of my family history, and I'm quite proud of the history of the capital city. I'm in a position to contemplate the origins of the capital. How have we come to this place? Apparently, we're all here in some way, shape, or form due to the visions of my ancestors. And honestly, if they could see the future, perhaps Montpelier would not have been chosen as the location for the capital city. That's important to acknowledge for the rest of the state. Why should the state foot the bill for a town that is the culmination of watershed after watershed in deep Appalachian mountain country? We really have to look around and really see the danger, not only for ourselves, but for the state for whom this capital city was originally intended to serve. And that is how we have prospered. It is, in fact, because of the state capital's presence here. There's been other industry, obviously. I'd like to see that this town actually really considers the rest of the state in our own very existence as serving as a capital. Now, there's been some discussion of moving Montpelier up the hill. Honestly, I don't really see that. I don't see that at all, but honestly, I just thought, you know what? I just wonder if Montpelier can be a capital city. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, did you have something?
That's good. I think I know the answer, but I assume you folks have already talked to the state officials about, because we've talked to a lot of face turns blue about getting workers back. And I think it's personally feel it's ridiculous that they're not listening to that. You know, the state talks a big game about wanting to support small businesses and that kind of thing. And it's, Montpelier, it's Burlington, it's Newport, it's all kinds of places, St. Albans, that were all built around having a state worker presence. And they've just said, yeah, no. So I hope you've made more inroads than we have, because we started, pre-flood, as soon as COVID, we're like, get people back, and they just won't.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend today who used to be a, I don't know, president or something at National Life. And he said that, you know, there was a point in time at National Life that they were looking at having to reduce their payroll. And they just made it really clear that some things would have to change. If you don't want to work in the office, then maybe you should work someplace else. And that if the state did that, they would lose employees, is what their fear is, because they have 1,000 openings. Their fear is if they leave the model of, you know, 1 day a week or a month or whatever it is that the department is required, that people will quit, or that people won't take the jobs that are open and available, that they'd rather work, you know, from home, and they can live in Indiana and they can work in Vermont. So I don't know. I mean, we're not counting on that, honestly. When we talk as a group, we hoped for that in the beginning, but we have pretty much given up on that. Our thought is use the space that's not being used for someone who can use it. You know, when a department of 90 only has 2 people in the office on a day, then they shouldn't have that space. They should share it with somebody else who has 90 people and only 2 show up in a day. Like, we should have some control over the property that's in our city. You know, like, I know it's theirs, but the whole penalty issue of being so empty is not right. I mean, I don't know how you get around it. I don't know how you do the job, but it feels like it's not right what's happening. And I don't think that we have any hope for them changing their HR policy. Yep.
So just to follow up, I also would like clarity on that. So what is the process for these state buildings? I mean, they're owned by the state, they're run by the state, but they're in Montpelier. Is that just the way it is? I mean, is there, yeah.
Think about it. So our private buildings,
Yeah.
our homes are owned, we're in Montpelier, but we make our own decisions about our homes. I mean, they are the property owner, and it's, again, it's not just here, it's many other communities in the state. We're obviously one of the bigger ones, Waterbury. They just rebuild their complex and there's hardly anybody there too. So yeah, they've got to make, I believe that they are going through a process of trying to decide what to do and whether to sell some buildings and close some buildings and all of that, but they're, and I think that I'm not trying to apologize for the state because I'm pretty frustrated with them on this issue, but I do know from our perspective that even just the whole FEMA process, and they're trying to figure out how to get their reimbursement, takes forever, as we've learned. So they don't want to do anything that's going to cost them, millions and millions and millions of dollars if they jump the gun. But yeah, and they have asked us what we'd like to see, and we've said people in some fashion, businesses, residents, ideally,
But they
certainly open up the parking.
But we pay huge taxes that they don't pay. And they pay pilot, but it's nothing compared to what you would charge for taxes on that
We
space.
should talk about that.
Okay.
They
I know-
pay
yeah.
pretty much full pilot.
Say that again?
They pay pretty much full pilot
Yeah.
now on the municipal taxes.
So what they pay is essentially what they would pay if they were taxed.
So that is not what was reported. I think it was in the bridge. They talked about what the tax rate would be for the buildings that are owned by the state.
The frequent error that people make is they also add the school tax in and say that they're not paying the school tax, but the state is actually paying the school tax. That the property tax exemption is shared with all the other towns and cities. We don't bear the burden of that property tax exemption because it's a statewide grand list. So everybody in the state that has the same impact. And then the state puts actual money into the ed fund. So you can't really count the school tax. So if you take the school tax out and look at what their municipal tax only would be, they're paying pretty much full tax. It's like 1.2 million now or something like that.
But if they weren't. if
And
it
they
wasn't
pay
the
full water
state-
and sewer.
If it wasn't the state who owned the building, if it was somebody else, they would pay school taxes.
Correct, but we wouldn't necessarily see the benefit. It goes to the state ed fund.
No, if the state didn't own it, I'm saying.
Right, but even so, it doesn't necessarily mean it goes to Montpelier. You have to understand, the school tax funding is everything goes to the state and then gets redistributed back to the local governments based on the budgets they get. And then there's a formula for how much we're taxed based on, it's really a function of how much we spend per student. It's not, the school tax isn't really that dependent on our grand list, except for if our appraisals are off, our residential appraisals. It's very complicated.
Complicated,
And I don't
yeah.
pretend to be expert, but
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
we wouldn't, except for maybe their values would change, but it's hard, again, not trying to defend them, it's hard to, I guess the only benefit they really have is they set their own value of their buildings, and it's pretty much their insured or replacement values. It's hard to say what's the market value of the State House.
Right.
Like, it could be millions and millions of dollars, it could be nothing. Maybe nobody would want to buy it.
Right.
Right. So they're kind of white elephant properties. So I don't know. Did you sell the State House? Yeah.
Picture the commission.
Yeah.
And
So-
and Adrian, based on talking about one thing you were saying, we had that right of first refusal on the property at 110 State Street. So that is a property that the state decided they wanted to convert to turn to the private sector. We didn't go forward with the purchase, but I assume they're working on trying to sell that. Lauren.
Yeah, kind of in that vein. I mean, I wonder, and this is where between, developers and maybe there's support from some of our business community and thinking about like the narrative around that was like, there's no demand and converting an office to housing is actually expensive and harder than you think. So it felt like very defeatist. Whereas I wonder if there's some energy put into like, we're trying to attract either new employers that could occupy office space and keep it as office space, or we're trying to, there's people that are actually interested in doing this development. So to get the state thinking about, okay, there's demand for this space and that it's being underutilized. And right now it just doesn't feel like there's that sentiment. And obviously there are like all the FEMA issues and stuff that will take time, but like maybe during that time, it could be trying to like be creative about like, what could we be filling that space with and create a different vision. And that's something that I think like all of our residents could be like thinking about and trying to even just put out ideas to get it percolating. Cause I just felt like it was very like, what are we going to do with this building? It's just a liability and not an asset that's right in our downtown and could be used for like bringing people in.
Yeah. On many levels. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other state office buildings that used to be houses. Obviously, it's very hard to convert something like the motor vehicles building or any of those other buildings to housing. But there's other state office buildings that used to be housing. It used to be houses. And if those offices could be moved to some of those big underutilized buildings and those could go back to being housing.
I think they were talking about that. The same article that I got the wrong information, apparently. It was interviewing Fitch. And she said that they were looking at several of the houses that were originally houses and putting them back to whether it be like the downstairs, the first floor being some sort of office space and upper floors being, housing, which either way works for us. I mean, I think that obviously people who live in a house, they have a job and maybe it's someplace else. So they're not going to necessarily be coming for lunch, but they'll be coming for something. They'll go to the grocery store, they'll go to the Splash, they'll go places that are open when they get back. So anything is a positive. People in town is a positive, especially in the very dead, dark side of the town that is the state.
Yeah, I completely agree. And for years I've been saying the city of Montpelier could be 10,000 instead of 8,000. It would still be the city that we recognize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would make a big difference. Yep.
Well, we're not going to solve the problem
We
tonight.
just wanted you to know.
But we really
We
appreciate you
figured that
coming
we've
in.
talked enough
I'm
about
glad.
it to lots of different people and we're not stopping, but we thought we needed to come here before we.
I'm glad we
continued our
persisted
journey.
and made this happen.
Summer
Thanks for coming.
is rough to schedule everybody, but thank you.
Okay, next up we have short-term rentals. Josh, are you up on that?
So while everyone's getting set up and Emma's getting ready, I'll just note that at the last meeting, we had a discussion about this. And one of the questions the council had was just about the legality of, I guess, the grandfather, the continued operations clause. And we did get legal guidance on that, sent that out, that as long as it's adopted not as a zoning ordinance, as a standalone ordinance, we don't need to sort of maintain a right of grandfathering. We still might, I think the committee was recommending a phase out, but so you could do that if that's something you chose to do. So I think that was the pending legal issue. And then that it's up to your policy decision, what you want to do with this recommendation.
Okay. And Emma, are you ready?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Howdy.
Thank you for being here.
All right. Well, I'm just going to give some brief remarks, and then I'll let you all dive into discussion and get to it.
You know, I'm gonna pause
Go
and
ahead.
just say I'm opening our public hearing,
Oh,
which I think is our second public hearing at this point.
sounds good.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. My name is Emma Zavez. I live at 3 Derby Drive in Montpelier, and I'm a member of the Montpelier Housing Committee. The Montpelier Housing Committee is recommending that the City Council take action now to implement a short-term rental ordinance for the City of Montpelier. We believe that the housing crisis requires near-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. Emphasis on solutions, plural. Regulating short-term rentals is not the be-all, end-all single solution that will magically make everything better, but it is one small and important step that communities around the state and this country are taking towards reclaiming their housing stock for year-round living. So after more than a year of research, discussion, and refining our proposal to best meet the needs of this community, we have arrived at the draft ordinance before you today. I want to note that this ordinance was carefully crafted by committee members to support the people who work, volunteer, go to school, and want to live in Montpelier, but who cannot at this current juncture due to the constrained housing supply and high prices. Specifically, we hope that this ordinance will quickly bring more year-round housing online in this community. Additionally, this ordinance allows people who already live in Montpelier and short-term rent a portion of their primary dwelling to continue to do so. We recognize that this is an important source of income for some people and may be crucial for paying their taxes and ultimately being able to stay in this community long-term. And finally, we believe that this ordinance will send a clear message to prospective investors that Montpelier is not an ideal location to invest in short-term rental properties. And as more cities and towns in Vermont pass short-term rental ordinances, we understand that Montpelier becomes even more vulnerable to investors without taking action. So I thank you for your careful consideration, and I, speaking on behalf of the committee, hope you will support this measure. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Emma. I think we'll start by seeing if there are other members of the public who'd like to be heard on this topic. I see one hand raised. So step right up.
Hi, I'm Matthew Fitzgerald, and yeah, I live in New York City, but right now we're at 91 College Street, which we spent an entire year renovating. All right. I love Montpelier. I've been coming here for years and years, and my friends convinced me 6 years ago to invest with them and build 65 Berlin Street, which is a marvelous building and what was needed there. And I'll get back to that. But then during COVID, we moved up here, spent an entire year rebuilding 91 College Street. And it used to be a one family with a little mother-in-law apartment. We put $800,000 into that building after we bought it. And now there's two lovely families living there and a third full apartment that we sublet as an Airbnb during the winter time and when we're not here. We're spending the summer here as we have for the last 3 years since we did it. And we are not the enemy. We have built three and a half new residences in the last 5 years. Now, I'm just a small-time builder. I, have partnered with other people on little projects here and there. And basically, I'm a cabinet maker, a carpenter. And but we did that. We took on this project, and it's been very special. We love coming back here. And not only that, we are employing people here because the lovely lady who runs the Airbnb for us, she gets to do a part-time job that is very well paid, that she can do at her own convenience on her own time, as well as the ladies that she hires to clean when she doesn't do the cleaning herself. So, but the way this is written, and it says primary residence, okay, we made an investment based upon a particular set of laws, and knowing that we'd be able to come back here all the time, that I can come back in the wintertime and go skiing sometimes, that and we can come up to see our friends. And but to have it suddenly say, wow, it has to be your primary residence without a grandfather clause after we've, spent that kind of time and money to invest in this community, which we deeply believe in. That's why, Keith and Ben were able to convince us to help them build 65 Berlin Street.
Thank you. While we're getting more comments, would it be possible to put the current draft up on the screen? Because I noticed note that in our agenda item, or in the cover memo, it says that the housing committee wanted time to review the current draft from the city, and since we're not adopting a concept, we're adopting an ordinance with language, we should have it. Deborah Messing.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Deborah Messing, and I live on Charles Street in Montpelier. I have been educating myself about the organization VSTRA, the Vermont Short-Term Rental Alliance. And I wonder, my question to Emma is whether the committee has communicated with them. And if you could just answer that, and then I will go on to some further comments. And also the council members, if the council has also been in touch with this alliance of short-term rental owners.
Well, why don't you go ahead and make your other comments, and then we'll ask Emma to give you to respond to that question.
Okay, so I feel that this discussion has been framed as a choice between short-term rentals and affordable housing. And I think that there is a third sector, which we've just heard from in the prior discussion from the business owners, and that is the dire situation that Montpelier business owners find themselves in. And I think that the encouraging, well, not discouraging, I should say, and not thinking of short-term rentals as the enemy, as the prior speaker described it, is really important for our downtown to thrive. When I was educating myself about through reading the policies of VSTRA, I mean, and I know they have a vested interest, of course, but they also have a vested interest in the success of the community that they're part of. And they have a huge amount of, they've collected a huge amount of data, which I think if the committee hasn't been privy to, that they really should utilize this as a resource. They're self-described as a nonprofit who want to educate their hosts as far as best practices, and help design reasonable regulations. Now, they have posted on their website a model ordinance that could be a template for municipalities. And interestingly, I found that some of their regulations, for instance, around safety issues, are actually more stringent than, or more detailed, I should say, than what the Housing Commission has come up with. And they're very concerned about maintaining the highest standards of safety regulations. But they're also talking about who are the owners of the short-term renters, and how many of them are really are using these rentals to pay their taxes, to supplement Social Security, to pay their kids' tuition, and most of them are locals. There's this image we have of predatory corporations sucking the lifeblood from our town, I think is overstated. So besides the 9% state room and meals tax, which brings in something like $48.4 billion in 2022, up from $36.1 million in 2021. Some municipalities do have a 1% tax, but mostly the impact on the local businesses, I think, is the most positive economic impact. As opposed to hotels, most short-term rental owners will recommend businesses and local businesses for their guests, and restaurants and entertainment, and it's a much more personal kind of a recommendation. So,
Deborah, you're at about 4 minutes now.
okay. So I guess I would just encourage the council and Emma and her commission to be in touch with Vistra, and also to shift the focus to not being either or. We need affordable housing, and it needs to be it's lagging. Its construction is lagging, and that's the major problem here. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say something else?
Well, let's have you sit down and wait and see if there are other people who want to make comments. Is there any, Steve?
I want to say, Steve Whitaker again, I want to support the short-term rental ordinance. We have a problem where our stores can't get employees because there's nowhere to live. People are not going to commute many miles away to work at $17 an hour. And I'd like to know how many of our typical apartments, there's no reason that the nice apartment you're using as a rental income, as a short-term rental, couldn't be made available as an apartment to somebody who's actually living and working here, you know? So, yeah. But I guess my point is that we have to stem we don't want to be a Disneyland tourist destination with no housing for the workers. And that is a problem. And I don't know how to solve it.
Thanks, Steve. Is there anyone online who hasn't spoken who would like to speak? And is there anyone in the room who hasn't spoken, who wants to speak? I'll recognize you again for another couple of minutes.
No, the fact is I've been here for 3 weeks. I've worked every day on this property. It still needs more work. We come up here and do that. What am I going to, then I'm going to go live in a hotel while I come and work on my own property? Or else I'm not going to rent it out at all, and then I'm going to lose a lot of money. Or I rent it out and I'm totally, and where do I live when I come here? So because I have this other property to manage too. I'm going to spend the next 2 weeks, if somebody's moving out and I have to prep it for the new person. So not to have a place to live, even though it's not my primary, is a difficulty. And just one quick step further, we looked all over this city for different projects, and I became somewhat familiar with your zoning rules. For example, we could have turned 91 College into 4 units, but by zoning laws, it was absolutely limited at 3, and we barely, at 60,500 square feet, if we'd been 600 square feet shorter, we could only have done 2, and the project never could have happened because it wouldn't have been viable. Okay. 65 Berlin was barely viable. I probably couldn't sell it for what it cost to build it. What you need to think about is changing some of this zoning. For example, right up here on Northfield Street, my friends own it. I have no financial interest in it, but there's a whole bunch of lots there that would be beautiful if they could be built up at a bigger scale. They could bring in a moneyed developer and have 30 units built on those properties, maybe 20, but a lot. If the zoning laws could be shifted, it's very, very difficult. There's a whole thing with the slopes don't count as part of your property, and then you're limited on how much you can build. So we looked at any number of properties that simply were not plausible or viable to build any kind of affordable housing on. You have to build to scale if you want. You have to have an economy of scale to build affordable housing. And on these little projects, it'll never work for any developer. And that's where a lot of your problem is.
Thank you. Emma, one of the speakers asked a question about whether the housing committee had any contact with the trade association. I think that was her question.
Yeah.
Yes, I do not think so. I think that they maybe looked at their website a little bit. We've looked at multiple towns and cities in Vermont to check out their ordinances and their process. And we've also had members of the community who have Airbnbs or VRBOs come and speak with us at some of the housing committee meetings. And I know that the council has received a letter from at least one Airbnb owner, and other people have come to the other hearings, but I don't have specific knowledge of Vistra.
Thanks. And I do know that they contacted us and we told them this is on the agenda for tonight. I'm pretty sure we did that, right, Bill? So they could be here talking to us now if they chose to be.
Excuse me, but Julie Marks was not able to be here because of other family commitments. But it wasn't a lack of interest.
Okay, yeah.
I would encourage all of you to look at their website, vistra.org/gov, I think, which
Okay.
has
it's probably
which has a lot of incredible data and also a lot of proposals that I think would be relevant to this discussion.
okay. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to address the council? And if not, I will close the public hearing. Yes.
Hi, I can't reach. I'm Sue Bernhardt and I am Matthew's wife. And my husband, I wasn't planning to speak, but my husband said this, but I think it could be reiterated that we took on this project and invested quite a bit of money in it. We employed a lot of people for that year. So we helped the community in that way. And we would not have done the kind of project we did had we known that this law would be changed, that the terms that we had gone into the project with would be shifted. And so I guess I'm just bringing up the possibility again of perhaps grandfathering some projects that were already done, because it doesn't seem fair that we have invested quite a bit into the community and then that this should be shifted and we're, losing out on, I guess in a sense, the agreement that was made that encouraged us to invest in the community to that degree. And we're really glad that we did because, again, we love it here. So.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to address the council on this topic?
Her husband said.
Seeing none, I will, and I don't see any hands raised in the Zoom box. So seeing none, I will close the public hearing and then move on to council discussion. And Carrie, I see you've got your hand up.
Thanks. I just wanted to be clear that Julie Marks from the Short-Term Rental Association did provide pretty comprehensive information to all of the city council members about this topic. So even though she wasn't able to be here in person tonight, she did provide a lot of really good information to us that we all did see.
Thanks, Carrie. So we are at the point now where this is our second public. We've held 2 public hearings, so this is ripe to make a motion to adopt it if that's what people want to do. Tim.
Actually, I don't want to do that, but
well, you can do something. You can just say what you want to say.
It just feels like I think, and Adrian said before, I believe that we develop ordinances, they need to be data driven. And they have to have clear metrics to drive outcomes. And I'm not sure this one does. It's based on a fear that we're going to be Disney World or Stowe or another community like that. I really think we should, I'm in favor of starting a registry. That would allow also safety standards to be, we would know who owns Airbnbs, and if something happens, we'd know who to call in an emergency. I favor that concept as a place to start to build the data, to understand the issue, which we haven't done, and get an understanding of how many short-term rentals really exist. And then, our hypothesis is that if we find them and take them out of this pool, that they're going to become long-term rentals. But people I'm talking to, that's not what they're going to do with them. So really, what's going to happen here? Is it going to create the outcomes we want to create? So I don't favor the ordinance as written, and I would propose that if we take the language that's before us, that we simply adopt the section 22-6 registration only, and put that in place for a year, start a registration program, and get a sense of how many do we really have, and decide if there's really any reason to have a larger ordinance. So that's my motion.
Is there a second? Lauren, it looked like you were getting ready to. Okay. Sal.
So, I've been in favor of this for a while. Partly because I worried about the grandfathering. And that issue seems to have been removed, actually. So that we have, in other words, I worried that, because I've seen it happen in other places I've lived, that a problem would develop with outside investors before we had a chance to understand it was happening, and then it would be too late because it would all be grandfathered. It seems to me now we have an opportunity to do what Tim is suggesting without risking that, because we can pass an ordinance. We can watch and see what's happening and pass an ordinance if we feel that it's detrimental to our community at a rate of growth that's, that we can measure. So I'm rethinking my position on it.
Carrie.
Thanks. I'm very much in favor of this proposed ordinance, and the reason why I think it's important to do it now is because acting after there's a problem, it's too late. So this is not a way to, I don't see this as a way to return a lot of housing to the long-term rental market. I see it as a way to prevent the loss of future housing from the long-term rental market. So we do have some really good data. We did get that information from the association that said there's about 80 short-term rentals in Montpelier. And we do know that most of them, the vast majority of them, are people's primary residences. They're renting out their own homes, or they're renting out a room in their own home, and would not be stopped from doing that by this ordinance. We have heard from a few people. I would say I can count on one hand the number of people I've heard from who would be impacted by this ordinance. I've heard from a lot of people who are opposed to this ordinance, but who wouldn't actually be affected by it, people who are renting out their primary residences. Because I think there's probably some misinformation out there about it. But just from a very few people, and it is I'm not without sympathy for the folks who have really invested in this community. And I think that short-term rentals serve a really important role in this community. But we need to, I know I've seen where this goes. I know what happens if you don't put any kind of limits on this to begin with. And I think we want to be really careful in general about building our economy on visitors who come in from out of the city and come in, and tourists who come in and visit and spend their money here and then leave. I think our priority needs to be on the people who live here and making this a stable, financially viable place for people to live, more than for people to visit. And short-term rentals are designed for people who visit. And we want people to come and visit, definitely. And we have a lot of short-term rentals available already for people to do that. We have hotels. I'm not too concerned that we're not going to be able to meet the need for visitors to come to Montpelier. I am concerned about our ability to meet the need for people to live here long-term. We already have a problem of this being an unaffordable place for so many people to live. We already have a problem of this being a place where the people who work in town are having a hard time affording living in town. And so we want to do everything we can to stop that from getting worse. So that's why I'm in favor of this ordinance.
Thanks, Carrie. As I think about this, one of the things that I think about, and I know some people have heard me say this before, is that before I moved, just in the few years before I moved here in 1983, there was a process of houses being converted to offices. And if you go down, for instance, Court Street, it's full of offices that used to be housing for people. And if we had a way to put the brakes on that at the time, the businesses that are occupying those former houses would still be somewhere downtown probably, but we would also still have those houses providing housing for people. And I'm worried about, I've heard people say, well, they like to do short-term rentals because it's more remunerative, or it's less work than maintaining apartments. And I'm not really sure why that is, but because it seems like with so much turnover, it would be more work. But that's what I heard people say. But I agree that the main benefit to this, it would be to stop the loss of rental housing and permanent housing before it happens. Because it's hard to crank that back if it does happen. So that's why I think this is an important thing to pursue. Adrienne.
Just a question. Did we ever get an answer to the administrative burden and or capacity the city has to manage this? Because there was the registry, the fees, the fines. Like, I know we talked about it, but I think that was a question we asked for the city to respond and provide guidance to us on, do they have capacity to manage this? What does that look like?
Josh is here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the housing committee is.
Josh, could you introduce
uh,
yourself?
Josh Jerome, Community and Economic Development Specialist. The housing committee in drafting this ordinance drafted it with the intention that they would have like a subcommittee act as the sort of like the monitoring compliance component. So it wouldn't be the planning department doing that.
Thanks, Tim.
It was an idea that was thrown out on the table that maybe there'd be volunteers that would help enforce it, but I never understood that it was going to be a volunteer managed ordinance. And we will need city staff to manage it, whether it's planning department or somewhere else. And we do need to know what that's going to cost.
Well, certainly
you don't have the capacity to do
no,
it, right?
the applications, obviously, and we did talk about the applications, like the staff would have to process the applications. Enforcement would be let to the subcommittee. And of course, if there was a violation, then yes, enforcement from city staff.
The registry component would be regardless of whether it's
Right.
Tim's motion or the full thing, we would have to manage. I mean, we would have to have a place for people to sign up the registry, keep track, people to renew it, collect the funds. I don't know, if it's 80 people, it may not be that onerous, but presumably that means then there's a safety inspection and those kinds, that's part of the registry. So it would be, there would be effort for sure.
Yes.
I asked the same question after the first hearing, and we can go and check the recording. I think there was a mention of 15,000.
That's for compliance using a platform.
So we were just like talk about if we decided to that, which again, having volunteer team is a great idea, but with all this like complex system, I don't think it's a good solution. And I think the motion we heard, it's for a year. So just have this a year, see what's happening. If we think that ordinance will be a better solution, we can always go back and talk about, revise it. But I think starting with a registry and see the data will be a better way to go. Thank you.
Thanks. Lauren.
Couple thoughts. One, if we hard to totally gauge the sense of the full council at this point, but if we were going to move forward with adopting the proposed ordinance, one thought that I'm kind of percolating on is an idea about a potential waiver process for existing properties. If you can, for example, demonstrate that you have brought a net number of units online for full-time housing, like encouraging projects like that, if the economics work better and you can really demonstrate that you brought net housing and bring outside investment that is bringing full-time units, seems like a great thing. So like maybe that's not just for existing projects. Maybe like if a project overall could show that like with putting a couple short-term rentals allows us to bring a bunch of full-time units or something, like maybe there's a waiver that could be incorporated into it. So that's one idea. I guess if we are moving forward with just the rental registry, which I do think is a good step, I guess I just am curious like how we would think about like what metrics are we looking at to know if we should then adopt an ordinance. Like to me being like it's 88 units, next year it's 94. What does that mean? And like if we're going to do that, I guess, not that we would need to do it tonight, but if that's the direction we go, I would love to put some thought into like, what are we trying to measure? Is there any way to tell if we're having a net loss of long-term housing that's going into this, or like somehow getting a sense of, is there a problem that we could solve better through an ordinance like this? And are we getting the right data through the registry to answer that?
I'd like to be clear on what the motion is. The motion is to adopt. Yeah, I think he said it's adopt 22-6 as proposed.
Wanted to check. Was it that? Okay.
And could we, Kelly, could we scroll down to that, with regard to 22-6, it occurs to me that, Tim, you might also want proposed 22-3 in your motion, because that's the one the section that has the definitions. Unless so why don't you just take a look at that and.
So amend the motion to include.
So do you want to move to
22-3
amend that
and
motion?
22-6?
Okay. And is everybody willing to accept that?
Just wanna, so for the registry, I just want to be really clear that the city is gonna manage the registry and collect the fees, not a subcommittee.
That would have always been the case under
Okay,
either
good.
option.
Just want to make sure that was clear in my brain. Okay.
Carrie?
I didn't understand your question just now, Jack, when you said, is everybody
Okay.
willing to accept that?
Tim-
And I also
Tim
don't
want-
think this motion has been seconded.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was, okay.
Yeah. I was, without going through a vote on amending the motion to incorporate 22-3, I just was getting a sense if everyone on the council is willing to accept that, that the motion is amended to include both 22-3 and 22-6.
Okay.
So let me know if anyone wants to object to that. Okay, so the motion as it stands now is that we would adopt the sections 22-3 and 22-6 of the proposed ordinance, and those are the section on definitions and the section on registration of short-term rentals. For 1 year, yes. And so the question is, are we ready to carry?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with approving this, but not if it's the only thing that we do. So if we're not going to pass any of the rest of the ordinance, then I'm going to vote against this. And so if I vote against this, it's not because I don't think a registry is a good idea. It's because I want the whole ordinance to pass, not just one little piece of it.
So one thing you could do is move to amend it to say we're adopting the entire proposed ordinance. And then see how that goes. And then we figure out where we are from there. Sal?
If we were to pass the motion as it stands, we could then ask I kind of like the direction that Lauren was going with some of her suggestions on possibility of waivers. We could then ask for another version of the full ordinance that might incorporate those ideas and then bring it back.
We definitely could. We could ask the housing committee to continue to
Oh my God.
work on it, and and I think they've already spent a lot of time working on it. Emma?
I just wanted to note that there is already a waiver that we incorporated after hearing from members of the community who are concerned. And so I think that's lower down, maybe towards the bottom of what's being shown. But similar to Burlington, there is language that that sort of excludes seasonal homes, but then also to the point of the waiver, excludes dwelling units that are not your primary, but where you are, you have like only one Airbnb or VRBO or short-term rental, whatever platform, but has other long-term rentals that are being rented at an affordable rate. And that's tied to the Housing Trust Fund guidelines affordability standard. So that is an option that we included for members of the community because we thought that was a good incentive to create more affordable housing or make more of our long-term housing affordable.
So Emma,
Yeah.
Evelyn is scrolling through now to locate that, and I don't know that she has found it yet. So if you,
Sorry,
if
I
you
was
also have it in
talking
front
and
of,
not listening. So let me just,
if
sorry,
you
can
also
you,
have it in front of you and you could point it out to us, that might be helpful.
can you scroll up a little? It looks like we are in the enforcement and now you're in the data section. Yep. So keep scrolling up. Whoops. Yep.
Going
Scroll
too
up a
fast?
little.
No, keep going.
Effective date. Okay, this is the information for registration. Scroll up a little. Thank you. Sorry, Evelyn. That's it right there. Yes. A host may register a dwelling unit that's not within the same building or lot as their primary residence as one whole unit, short term only if either. So we saw that Burlington did this, and after hearing from community members, I think I suggested that we take a look at this language and we added it.
So this is in 22.5 sub A, it looks like.
5, I guess, yeah.
And it's the one that, it's the section that was on the screen right now, right?
It is, yes.
Okay. A
And
host
I
may,
mean, oh, go
a
ahead.
host may register a dwelling unit that is not within the same building or lot as their primary residence as one whole unit short-term rental only if either it's indicated as a seasonal home by the Montpelier assessor, or it's within a building with 2 or more dwelling units, and the host rents another dwelling unit within the same building or lot that meets the affordability criteria. I see.
Yeah, so that's not the exact waiver that council member suggested. And of course, if you wanted the housing committee to look at other waivers, I will say I think that because this doesn't apply to people who rent rooms of their house or their entire primary dwelling or the other apartment side of their duplex or triplex, we've already waived quite a few. Quite a large portion of the population in Montpelier that is short-term renting. So just expressing a little caution there for that reason. But.
Thanks. Carrie.
Thanks. So I'm going to take your suggestion, Mayor, and move to amend the motion to include the entire ordinance as proposed.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Do we have members, do members want to debate this further, or do you know enough where you stand to know how you want to vote? Tim, do you have something you wanted to say? I think we'll do this by roll call, and the proposed amendment is to amend the main motion to adopt the entire proposed ordinance.
Excuse me. As an ordinance?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Question for clarification. So the enforcement section, is that going to be done by the city or by the subcommittee?
The enforcement has to be done by the city.
Okay, so what is going to be done by a committee of volunteers?
Compliance.
Compliance. Okay, which section is that?
I'm not sure if that has a section. I'll just say
a
that.
moment.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
no, that's okay.
Go ahead, Emma.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that the subcommittee would be capable of like checking the listings for the various platforms, which is usually what cities pay like a lot of money for an outside entity to do, and it costs a lot. And so subcommittee members could check the platform listings for the area to check that the postings have the registration number and they are registered, and could, work out with the city staff that they send them a once a month report or something of like, these are the listings we found that are non-compliant. And then the city would be taking any enforcement actions, as I think it was Josh said that. So
Gotcha.
we're just helping to do like the leg grunt work on the back end.
Thanks.
I just want to say that if not this ordinance in particular, but if the city enacts a regulation or takes an action, it's inherent that it's the city government that's going to have to manage it. It's our regulation. It's us to do. Now, there may be a group that helps with parts of it, but we can't put in a piece of policy or regulation that's necessarily we're going to count on implementation by volunteers. I mean, at some point there has to be backstopped by the city, and certainly the authority to enforce or do anything comes from the city. So it's great that there's people that want to help, and we will take advantage of that, but it will always fall back on us in any ordinance.
Sure.
So if we adopt this ordinance, is there something from the staff capacity that they will be unable or limited to do because they will be now managing this ordinance, the enforcement, helping with the ordinance piece of it? Like, is there something that will have to be removed from a job to implement this? Just because I feel like I hear all the time that staff are already at capacity. And so we're adding one more thing to the plate in terms of like effort impact. Is this the right time to have an ordinance in our city when everyone is already like working so hard? And is this the right time to have this type of ordinance that we're focusing on? And that's a question that I'm just like pondering in my head. And I'm just having a hard time in terms of everything else that we're dealing with. Is this something that we really want to put our time and energy into right now?
Do you have an answer?
Well, I mean, regarding both motions, there's the staff time that would be the same for both of them in the registration component, right? So that's the bulk of the staff time. The compliance part would be the subcommittee, and then obviously enforcement would be the city. I don't think anybody can guess as to what that enforcement time can be. Are we talking about 2 infractions, 1 infraction, 5, 10 infractions a year? Nobody knows, right? So it's hard to put a time on that, but.
And I think just to the specific question you were asking about what won't get done, that's tough to answer because, it's kind of like when we talk about our public works budget and we say, well, if we cut this, what won't get done? We're not going to say, it's usually we'll do a little less of everything. And I think what will happen in a case like this is other things will take longer to get done. We're not going to say suddenly we're going to stop doing Country Club Road, or we're going to stop doing zoning permits, or we're going to stop doing what we're doing. It's going to be one more task that gets added. So I don't mean to avoid your question, but I don't think we can sit there and say, well, if we do this, then we just won't be able to do this. I mean, it would be, if you all told us that would be fine. But as long as we have responsibilities and ordinances and things that we have to do, then we're going to do them. It's just going to be one more thing. And, without having done it, we don't know exactly how long it's going to take.
Are we ready for a vote? Okay, and again, the motion is to amend the main motion to incorporate the entire proposed ordinance. Lauren?
Fundamentally, the reason that I seconded this motion and will vote for this ordinance, although I am interested in seeing if the waiver could be a little broader, and maybe that's something that Housing Committee could think about as some language to give a little more discretion if there's a good case. I know that that then creates more work, and so you want to write that tightly so it's not not too hard to implement. But I mean, fundamentally, I'm just thinking back to the conversation we were just having, where the first thing that people came in with this skyrocketing homelessness crisis, and the first thing was there's no housing for people to go to, and anything we can do that is either preventing future units from going offline or maybe bringing some, a few more units into full time, just seems like we need to be doing a little bit of everything. And like building the projects that we want to build is more important, but it also is going to take years. And so like this is something we could do tonight that could start us to maybe prevent some housing from going into short-term rentals that is just exacerbating the problem of the lack of available and affordable housing in our community. So that's just the thought process I'm going through. And I know it's tricky, and each situation we hear from individuals who operate these are, interesting. And, so that's where I'm like, if there's a way that you're still encouraging like investment in housing in Montpelier, I'm really interested in that. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Follow Lauren's thought, I think Bill kind of answered the question that Adrian asked, and really, we don't have the capacity. We've got staff stretched out. If you're going to add time to everything, including creating new housing and housing projects, you're not helping, in my opinion. So I think we really need to find a way to make it cleaner, to create new housing. This committee has spent a huge amount of time in the last year and a half between the housing, the grants policy, and this. And really, I think as an advisory committee to the council, and I think Emma, that you'd all like to do it too, is we need to have them working more on projects to create more housing in a bigger, more meaningful way than this. So I don't know that like sending it back to the committee and taking more of their time is a good idea. I really don't feel like having staff take this on right now with everything else we need to be doing is a good idea. I mean, if everybody was good with it, I'd vote down both motions and just let's move on. But at the very least, I think the whole policy is just, it's onerous, and I don't think it's the right time for this until we get some data.
Are we ready for the vote? And this will be by roll call. No. Pearl. Cohen.
No.
Haney.
No.
Alfano.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Gill.
No.
The motion fails. Are we ready for the main motion now? Again by roll call. Pearl.
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Alfano.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Okay, we have adopted the ordinance as amended.
So just for people that are watching, the registry portion of the ordinance only was adopted, just so that.
Yes, complicated as the discussion was, that's a good clarification. Thanks, Bill. Yes.
Just to the point I made a few minutes ago, I would love if some thought goes into how are we collecting the right data to be able to answer the question of if there's a problem that we might want to solve with the other components of this ordinance or something else in the future. So maybe just think about that, like as you're putting it together, like is the data we're collecting going to get at that, or is there some other questions we should be asking so that if we're going through all this effort, we're going to be able to know if or when it's time to act in a different way regarding short-term rentals.
Yep, I agree with that. We need to know if what we're afraid of is actually happening. Okay, thanks. Moving on it's 10:15. We, thanks, Josh.
He's not going too far.
No. And I'm just wondering if there are things that we should move off, or if people are willing to just plug ahead.
Did you move the parking discussion? Because at 10, after 10, I'm way past my bedtime. I'm not prepared to present a legal case of why you should not adopt the parking ordinance the way it is.
So you're requesting that we move both items 10 and 11 off to a future meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, so just to be clear, 11 is the ordinance that Mr. Whitaker, is the agenda item Mr. Whitaker requested. I'm not saying we couldn't move them both because there is no time issue on either one. 10 was coming forward from staff anyway for tonight, so. But there is no critical time issue for either of them.
Unless they're gonna try to boot me ahead of time while this dysfunctional ordinance.
This has nothing to do with your boot. This is irrelevant to the boot that you are going to receive.
Oh, that I am going to receive.
You were turned down at your boot hearing, right?
No, I did. No, what? What'd you just say?
I said you were turned down at your boot hearing.
I was not informed of any decision at my boot
I
hearing.
believe you were.
Well, let's take this.
Okay, I
up
will.
another-
No, I mean, this is important because they're trying to enforce they haven't notified the owner of the car and they have not held hearings, which I'm constitutionally entitled to due process. And your ordinance is so screwed up under this manager that you can't go about booting the car right now. So if you want to deal with it tonight, I'll lay it out, but you need to, this is vindictive, selective enforcement.
Okay, members of the council, should we keep these two items on the agenda tonight or move them? That's fine.
Next one's getting long though, just so you know.
Yeah, oh yes, what I think is that we're probably talking about September, not August, because the August meeting is already looking pretty long.
Okay.
Okay,
Part that you need
No,
sooner?
no, so the parking, so Steve did raise a good issue about the appeal process. And Frank, what we've done is draft an ordinance that codifies the actual practice that we were doing. We're actually giving people an extra hearing that wasn't in the ordinance. And so now we're putting that in and allowing people the opportunity for that appeal. And then while doing that, there are some parking, like, for example, the half-hour parking in front of the old post office, we were proposing to make that back to 2-hour parking. There were some cleanup things in there. Steve then wanted to talk about the appeal process, I think probably more in the context of his own case. And he also asked you to consider releasing emails between us and the attorney and waive the attorney-client privilege, which is, so those are those issues, but there's no driving case. He had his appeals on his tickets. He had his chance for that, and then he had his boot hearing. That will all handle under the current ordinance, so that's not.
That's another lie. I have never had the appeal hearings. I've asked for them repeatedly. I have never had an appeal hearing. And the police chief or deputy chief is not a impartial body to hear an appeal hearing. And the deputy chief refused to take any evidence at the hearing last week. So this is a farce, and y'all are being made
About this, there are two types of hearings. Your first appeal is when you appeal the merits of your ticket. Steve appealed, I think, 5 or 6 tickets. Police department heard those appeals. He then reappealed it to the city staff, which we then reheard those appeals, I think maybe even twice, or got his thing, and then
there have never been any hearings before city staff.
you had denials. So
No, there's never been any hearings.
right, the current ordinance calls for a written appeal. We are changing it to have an actual hearing, but you had every
No, it
opportunity.
refers to a hearing.
You had every opportunity.
And your emails with the chief say that we don't know what to do to the hearing. We don't
So
know if it's you. We don't know if it's the chief. You've
Folks-
made a fool of yourself in your own emails.
folks, we decided to move these items
So,
to
but
a
I,
future
for the
meeting.
public to understand, there's a chance to appeal the merits of your ticket. Steve had his chance to do that. He may not like the process that happened, but he had his chance to do that, and he provided his evidence and his reasoning, and he was given a decision. Once you are then reach a boot limit, you have a boot hearing. It is not one to litigate the merits of your tickets. It's basically to make your case why you should or should not get a boot. And so when he went in for his boot hearing, he attempted to relitigate his parking tickets, and the deputy chief said, "I'm not going to entertain that conversation."
Filling out a form is not a hearing. If that takes any profound logic
I
for
never
you.
said it was a hearing. I said your opportunity to make your
But
case
the
for appeal.
ordinance refers to a right to a hearing, and then you respond to those forms by saying this is final, which it clearly is not, because Rule 75 of Civil Procedure gives you a right to take this into Superior Court.
And we'll pass your deadline for that.
So no, I am not past my deadline.
Then take it to court.
You're a freaking liar.
I'm telling you, take it to court.
Yeah, but you're inept at even explaining this ordinance. By the way, they didn't finish changing trail to trial. They didn't proofread this thing. They've got 100 referred to with 200 in parentheses. It's a joke.
There will be an opportunity for full discussion of the proposed amendments to the ordinance.
Yeah, but I'm really cautioning you that if based on the evidence you have right now, you need to stay the enforcement, because they've lied to every person who's got a boot letter that was a final appeal hearing, and it's not a final appeal hearing. And they have denied evidence at the appeal hearing.
Okay, it's time to move to the next item on the agenda.
But are you not going to instruct the police to stay this until you get clear on what the status of this dysfunctional ordinance is? Are you going to allow them to boot me and open yourselves up to that litigation?
What I would say is the ordinance, it is what it is until it's amended. Now, item 9 on the agenda, EPA Community Change Grant.
Josh Jerome, Community and Economic Development Specialist. Wanted to bring this opportunity in front of council. Some of you are already aware of it. This is the EPA Community Change Grant. It's something that Pat Moulton, the Center for Vermont Recovery Officer, and I have been trying to develop over the last few months. And up until 2 weeks ago, honestly, I didn't think we'd have a path forward because we didn't have a lead applicant. This is a complicated program. It was funded with IRA money, and that's the Inflation Reduction Act. And so there requires a statutory partnership. And as of right now, the lead applicant is Downstreet Housing and Community Development. We have gone through a number of organizations over the last few months, discussing with them if they would be the lead applicant, getting lots of no's or not eligible. And finally, Downstreet said that they would be that lead applicant. The statutory partner that is required is going to be the city of Barry. And so the city of Montpelier is not an applicant. They're not a co-applicant. We are just a collaborating entity. In addition to other organizations who are going to be collaborating entities. This is EPA, so it's very heavily focused on pollution reduction, climate action strategies. And so, as we develop this, Barry has their sort of projects that they're developing for the overall proposal. And ours has been in fluctuation. And as of right now, district heat, expansion of district heat is the number one sort of project identified. And we have about 6 or 7 structures along Elm Street identified with commitments from property owners to connect. It's about 60,000 square feet of space that would be connected to district heat. And eliminate about 20,000 gallons of fossil fuels that's currently being used. So it really kind of fits into like the EPA strategic plan. and doing some initial cost estimates for that expansion. It's about $2 million. And our line item draft in the draft budget is about 4 million. So, this is an opportunity that has been a little challenging because Pat and I have been engaged with an EPA technical assistance provider the last couple months. And I would say that the technical assistance that we are getting is not very good. It's lackluster. And so, I think we're doing the best we can given the information that we are receiving. And so we've been encouraged by our TA provider, and we just got a memo last week from EPA that anybody who submits a proposal by July 31st is guaranteed to get reviewed and feedback from EPA for a resubmission. And that's been always sort of a goal of ours, is to be able to have that opportunity. Even though that there's $2 billion that was dedicated for this program, the money is going, and up until 2 weeks ago, there hadn't been a penny allocated for any projects, even though there has been 1,000 applications going through the system. So they've started to award grants in the last 2 weeks, and we've been told that that will accelerate. So a 7/31 submission date is really quick. So I know that we're having conversations with Downstreet because they're the lead applicant. We're having conversations with them tomorrow. We're having a full group meeting next week. And so, I just want to inform you guys, this is what we've been working on in terms of Montpelier's components. I had a meeting with John Copans today, and we have discussed this before, that there might be some flexibility in utilizing some of this extra funding that's in this draft line item for us to do some assessments in the downtown that can lead to further investment down the road to increase resiliency, to get off from fossil fuels. And so I think we're going to try to work together to figure out how that language can get into that proposal. I think, any questions and feedback from you guys is certainly warranted. And it's just been a project in flux this whole time, because as we've gone from organization to organization, trying to find a lead applicant who have all had different sort of missions and interest in what proposals are being submitted, it's kind of fluctuated.
So to boil it down, it's going to take a scramble to get the work done by the end of the month, but and you're still sort of not 100% sure what projects you're going to ask to be funded, but you're asking us to approve you to go ahead and do that because there's potential significant financial benefit to the city to do it.
Yeah. There's no match. We're not one of the we're not one of the applicants. We're just a collaborating entity. District heat expansion is the primary one. Like I said, we're trying to get cost estimates for building assessments. Then that's what's really kind of holding up right now. And we know we're working with a couple firms, and we know that we're going to be getting that in the next week or two. So that aside from the other $2 million, that's what we're trying to figure out. How do we work that in? Also, there is a required piece of community engagement. And so we do know that both communities are going to have community engagement. And for Barry, it's really around like development of their north end. What do they do with the north end, right? That's a huge conversation for them. And for Montpelier, I think it probably is the river's edge. How are we looking at development around that in the future? And obviously the state as a partner, right? They're a huge stakeholder with assets around the rivers. So trying to get them to the table and a conversation is really important. And so, yeah, it is 2 weeks of working on this pretty fiercely. But I think it's worth us trying to move forward with this proposal.
Okay, and so you're looking for a motion to authorize you to go forward with this application.
Yeah.
Anyone have any other questions or want to make the motion? Lauren?
First, like, thank you for pursuing this. I know you identified this like ages ago, and I'm excited it's moving forward. Is like a couple quick questions. Does Barry like need help right now writing it? Like, is their portion in good shape, or how are they
Yeah.
going to be able to
Pat's
carry this?
been doing some
Okay.
narrative. I've been working on narrative, and Down Street Now is working on narrative.
Great.
And their
thinking of-
projects, this is the rub with the federal government, right? Where a lot of their programs want everybody to do community engagement, right? And they want projects to be decided by community members. But then they'll also turn around and say, your proposal's not going to be competitive unless you identify projects. Right. So it's like you're telling us you want the community to be involved in the decision making for the project, but we need to show you projects before, to be competitive. So it's kind of it's a needle that we're kind of threading here.
Yeah.
So no.
I wonder if there's a way to build narrative around all the commission outreach for Montpelier, at least, that did lead to. So
That's the
hopefully
strategy.
and
That's the
that's
strategy.
great. And I'm excited to hear about trying to weave in alongside district heat, the building assessment. And I mean, I don't know if that also is something that Barry could take advantage of, but great I know it's identified as a big priority here. So it's great to hear. And I mean, if the grant committee that can be helpful in this mad dash,
Ken on the grant committee has provided some feedback.
That's great.
Data.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I mean, it's I think a really exciting and important opportunity, and thanks for all the work going into it.
And we'll add the reason why the city of Barry is the statutory partner is that they present a better case than we do, right? We only have one census tract in Montpelier that is considered to be a disadvantaged community. And unfortunately, that splits Main Street in half, where everybody on the west is considered disadvantaged and everybody on the east is not. All of Barry City, all of their census tracts are considered disadvantaged. And they are the only community disaster resilience zone in the state of Vermont. So that's why when you have them as that statutory partner, it increases the competitiveness of the application. And so, but with the story that both communities can tell because of the flood, we make a compelling argument.
Anybody else? Well, Lauren.
I move that we direct city staff to move forward with what's the right name of it? EPA community change grant proposal as presented, or.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thanks, Josh.
Thanks.
Got your work cut out for you, but it could be really great.
Yep.
Like so many of the things we do, you have to invest a lot of time for a hopefully good result. I think we're down to item 12, other business. Yes, and that was what I thought we would do that under other business. And so this is the acknowledgement and ratification of what we've done tonight. Do you have anything more you want to say about this?
I mean, we discussed it at the beginning of the meeting. I would suggest you have two motions. One is that you acknowledge that there was a partial violation of the open meeting law. And then the second one is that you ratify all the actions taken at this meeting.
Okay, is there a motion? Are there two motions? Well, let's start by saying, is there a motion to acknowledge the violation of the Open Meetings Act in that the physical posting had a wrong date for tonight's meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Now the second motion, someone ready to make that motion to ratify the actions taken at tonight's meeting?
Does it need more language than that? Or is that
I think
okay?
so.
Okay, so moved.
And is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. We are now to city council reports. Start at this end tonight. Adrian, Carrie,
No report tonight, thanks.
Sal, Tim.
Really big thanks to city staff last week, and it was a close call and we were very fortunate, but there was still a lot of work that was done and shouldn't be trivialized. It was really
Yeah.
great effort. Thank you.
Phelan,
Yeah, thank you again, and no report tonight.
Lauren.
Just quickly, one constituent had raised the issue of wastewater facility CSO discharges, how about notices, and if there would be an ability to put those on the city website. In addition, like I think there's a physical posting right now, and if you have signed up for e-alerts, you get them. But she had the suggestion that if we could put it up so people who haven't signed up for that or physically see it, just to spread the word more broadly about the so people could avoid going in the area. So I thought that sounded like a great idea. And also just wanted to both thank the city staff. I mean, the pictures of DPW on the bridge, keeping it clear, were really incredible. And just thanks to everyone, and just also our thoughts being with our neighboring communities who were deeply impacted. I know lots of people are volunteering, donating, and I'm sure hopefully we can all keep that up so we can help our neighbors, our neighboring communities right now. So thanks.
Thanks. I have just a couple of items under mayor's report. One is to again praise the city employees for all the work they did. All the Department of Public Works did a lot of work to prepare for getting ready. I assume Bill might be going into more detail about it, but I can tell you that I was out driving around the city at midnight or 12:30 or something. I was stopped on Langdon Street Bridge, and who should pull up next to me but the police chief and the city manager, who were doing the exact same thing, going around and making sure that things were okay. And I was out again. And so they were out and other city workers were out. And then when I was out at 6 o'clock in the morning the next day doing the same thing, the workers were out there responding to everything that had happened. So great job, guys. That we are very fortunate to have such a dedicated and professional staff. Anyone who hasn't read it, the city manager had a great post in Front Porch Forum today, going into more detail about all the work that was done, and I commend it to your attention. I also want to point out for anyone who didn't see the Front Porch Forum today that I finally was able to talk to the new postmaster of Montpelier to find out, well, what's going on. And unfortunately, the answer is he didn't have much information for me. We have post office boxes in the new location in City Center. Everything else, the packages are still up at the site at Berlin Mall, doing other normal stuff like mailing letters and stuff. Go to East Montpelier or Barry or Waterbury or wherever you're going, because it's not the construction isn't done yet, and the postmaster had no idea, no information on when it will be done. So I told him, people, you should know that people are really frustrated by this, and I think he recognized that, and so hopefully, we'll get, when he gets more information, told him I'd really want to hear when you get more information, and, you know, what does a mayor of 8,000 people, the city of 8,000 do to force the post office to do something? Not much, but hopefully they will keep us posted. City clerk's report. City manager.
Thank you. I just also wanted to thank all the city staff that put in a huge effort the other night. I did put a long write-up, so I'm not going to go into huge detail. You can read it, but a lot of our folks, most of whom are in this room right now, we spent a quality night together. And hats off to a couple of our staff members who were dealing with some personal trauma while this was going on from their own flooding situation, and still paying attention to what we were doing. But, you know, everything from, you know, Mary coming in at like 1:30 in the morning to take over for Evelyn, because Evelyn was dealing with her own house, to the DPW guys that were just in, you know, just wouldn't stop, to our crew. And we're doing a couple things to follow up in addition to, you know, so one thing about that is while we did dodge major damage and all of that, like unlike our neighbors, we do still have some washouts and some problems. So now, in addition to all the FEMA projects and repairs that we had from last year, we have even more. So we're going to try to get you a full, complete list of everything that's going, but that, you know, now they're taking this year's submissions, and we're, you know, as you know, we haven't even closed out last year's. So that's a lot more work for DPW and finance. So that is definitely consideration there. Speaking of DPW, we did not reach an agreement with them this week. As you know, we kind of had an either or proposition. They chose neither. And so we'll be back at it to see if we can find our way through. And then just a reminder that there's a long write-up in the weekly memo, if you didn't read it, about the need for a special meeting sometime between now and our August 28th meeting to deal with development agreement and then potential election, you know, a development agreement bond in November. And then we also deal with 1260. We don't have a date yet because we haven't reached agreement with the developer, but there's a lot of detail in that, so I won't go into it, but just that will have to come up. Shouldn't be a long one necessarily, although given the way we like to ask a lot of questions, I asked us to try to keep it on the early end so there'd be time for a second follow-up meeting if need be. So there won't be a last minute, you got to do this or else. But just pay attention to that. And then our next meeting isn't until August 28th. We do have quite a bit on that. So we will put these other articles on September. That's all I have.
All right. And with that, 10:45, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.